time is 5 p.m., and my apologies to all of you playing bingo that you won't get that square tonight. Board members present via Zoom are Trustee Allen, Trustee Adams, Trustee Sung, Trustee Santos, and myself. And board members present in the auditorium are Trustee Flynn-Villaseca, Trustee Hernandez, and one's on their way. We have a few more. Trustees, please put your microphones on mute and turn your videos on so our colleagues and the public can see you. And we have been joined by Trustee Bluford Daniels via Zoom. All right, we would like to begin our meeting this evening with special recognitions. We recognize the month of November as American Heritage Month, and I'd like to ask Trustee Adams to read the proclamation, your last proclamation.
Do I have it?
Do you not have? You should have. The script is in the blue folder that was emailed to you.
Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna open it now.
And we have been joined by Trustee Cruz here in the boardroom.
Okay, give me one blue folder, blue folder, blue folder, blue folder. Okay, since it's my last one, hold on, I'm gonna get it. Oh, when did she send it? It came from Vermeil? I'm sorry, audience.
Yes.
Okay, I got it. I'm sorry, Madam President. I see you called the order agenda item.
It's in,
one speaker.
Do you have the script?
Yeah, I'm looking at the script right now, but I don't have the item for the reading of the
very top page of the script, just above the center, starts with American Heritage Month.
Somebody else can go ahead and read it if y'all have it, because I don't want to hold up the board anymore, because I don't see it.
Trustee Hernandez.
We recognize the month of November as American Heritage Month, and I'd like to ask, whereas the United States of America, the land of the free and the home of the brave, is also a land of immigrants and a nation of diversity and a country that enjoys the richness of many ethnicities, cultures, and faiths. And whereas Americans, while individually very different, unite in the common vision of freedom for all and the unalienable rights of every citizen to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas American heritage plays a fundamental role in the life of every child and student in the Houston Independent School District and is the foundation for a wealth of opportunities for future success to all who are willing to work for it. And whereas the Houston Independent School District, its teachers and staff are committed to preparing and nurturing our future leaders as they pursue excellence and work to achieve the American dream. Now, therefore, we, the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools, are proud to proclaim November 2020 to be American Heritage Month in HISD, with the theme of E pluribus unum, out of many, one, and we encourage all to recognize the importance of patriotism and celebrate our freedom and the rich traditions of our American heritage. In witness thereof on this 12th day of November 2020.
Thank you, Trustee Hernandez. In November, we recognize November 11th as Veterans Day, and I'd like to ask Trustee Flynn-Villaseca to read the proclamation. And I believe, Trustee Flynn-Villaseca, that your dad is a veteran, correct? Got your picture?
Thank you so much for the opportunity for me to read this proclamation. I'm doing it in honor of my father, who served in the U.S. Air Force during the Korean War. In November, we recognize November 11th as Veterans Day. Okay, that's your part. Whereas members of the armed forces have played a vital role in America's security since the founding of our nation and deserve our deepest appreciation and respect. And whereas citizens have volunteered to serve in the armed forces in times of both war and peace, serving with honor under the most difficult circumstances. And whereas veterans have demonstrated their devotion to the American people and dedication to advancing freedom through their service in the armed forces via active duty, reserve, or National Guard. And whereas veterans have continued to serve the nation as civilians, volunteering their time and expertise to improve their communities as public servants, mentors, and community leaders. And whereas the Houston Independent School District applauds its many employees and former students who have faithfully and loyally served our country in the armed forces. Also, Vanessa Guillen. Now, therefore, the Houston Independent School District and the Board of Education recognize November 11, 2020 as Veterans Day. And although this date has passed, we urge all Houstonians to pay tribute to and show their appreciation of our military personnel and their efforts to secure peace and freedom around the world, and witness thereof on this 12th day of November, 2020.
Thank you, Trustee Villaseca. And now I'd like to ask Trustee Santos to introduce our next and final recognition.
This year, we recognize November 20th as National Education Support Professionals Day, a time to honor the contributions of all school support employees. We'd like to pay special tribute to our nutrition service workers who continue to distribute thousands of meals each week to our students and their families, as they have done throughout the COVID crisis, to ensure our community's nutritional needs are being met. I think that's your part now.
All right. At this time, we would like to ask Retha Thomas with the Houston Educational Support Personnel to join us and share her thoughts on this special recognition.
I think that's your part now. All right. At this time, we would like to ask Retha Thomas with the Houston Educational Support Personnel to join us and share.
Miss Retha, can you mute your computer?
Yeah.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Miss Retha. Go ahead.
Okay, how everybody doing today? Well, I just want to thank HISD and the board for this continued recognition of our support personnel, unions, and this year, you know, our food service really went beyond their job duty to keep our kids in our community fed. So, and this special recognition means a whole lot to them. And I'm going to ask Dr. Layton, will she send each food service employee a letter of appreciation from the board and Dr. Layton. Thank you very much, and y'all be kind to each other. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. That concludes our special recognitions portion of the meeting this evening. We have now come to the portion of our meeting where we hear from speakers to specific agenda items. In addition to monthly regular board meetings like the one tonight, the board holds a monthly public agenda review meeting a week prior to our regular board meetings for the purpose of discussing the agenda items and asking questions of the administration before we vote on those items. In addition, we use what we refer to as a Q&A document where board members can submit questions about agenda items to the administration. This document is not only provided to the board, but is also posted on our webpage to keep our work transparent to the public. We welcome all of you who are joining us online this evening. In response to the COVID-19 public health emergency, the Hattie Mae White Educational Support Center is observing Centers for Disease Control and Prevention guidelines. At this time, the Manuel Rodriguez Board Auditorium remains closed for public meetings. However, it is still important that we allow time to hear from members of the community. Only those who have registered with the Board Services Office by online form or email by 9:30 a.m. today will be allowed to speak or have their comments read aloud. District staff will call registered speakers and place them in a Zoom virtual waiting room until time for them to speak. Speakers may also have submitted written comments to be read publicly by a member of the district's administration in case there is a problem with Zoom. Should any registered speaker wish to distribute handout materials to the board, the materials must have been provided to board services via email at boardservices@houstonisd.org by 9:30 a.m. today. We have, drumroll please, 122 speakers registered this evening. And in accordance with board policy, they will be limited to 1 minute each per our policy when we have a large number of speakers. A member of board services staff will track your time. A clock will signal when your time is up and the call will end. I ask that you please respect our procedures and end your remarks promptly when your time has expired. Additionally, while you are speaking on the call, please mute your computer or other device on which you are watching the board meeting in order to avoid interference. I'm now going to turn it over to our administrative staff to dial in the callers. Thank you.
Our first speaker is Benjamin Abel. Mr. Abel, you may begin.
Hi, thank you to the school board. I just would encourage the school board, HISD, to really join other districts across the state and demand a waiver and a release from the STAR testing. This spring, we have seen so many students that have just been traumatized by financial upheaval, by health emergencies and their family, and along with teachers and staff. And it would be incredibly unconscionable for the state of Texas and all schools, generally, our public schools, and our teachers to be judged by a unprecedented global pandemic that we need to focus on reassessing and reformulating our schools so that we can equip our teachers and our students and our parents to be ready for the workforce of the future and what high-stakes testing
Thank
does.
you. Allison Newport. Ms. Newport, please begin.
Thank you. HISD should be front and center demanding TEA suspend STAR testing this year. My elementary school has 15 of our 30 teachers out today. Staff from all areas across the district have sent teachers and other staff to fill in at all of our schools. I receive grades every day at 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. from our teachers. Given this crisis, it's absurd that we are still taking the STAR. I implore you as a board member to encourage administration to prioritize ways to give teachers relief now. Eliminate non-essential time-consuming paperwork for our teachers, like inputting goals for each student in Power Pro and creating individualized plans for our G2 students. I think these changes could really help our teachers struggle less. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Riley. Ms. Riley, you may begin.
Thank you. I applaud the early handling of the COVID response by the district. It was very good to delay the opening. But since then, most things have been mangled at best. Constant moving targets that are driving our good teachers to the greener grass of private schools, Spring Branch, and our surrounding districts. No district is perfect, but please look internally and see what we can do to improve these constant moving targets and misinformation. How are we as a district advocating in Austin to manage this crisis of testing and putting our teachers and already killing them with everything else going on? Does every teacher have adequate plexiglass partition? Who is in charge of the yes answer at the district level? Our schools cannot handle one more thing having to figure out what they need. This is a district rule, and I hope we can get this fixed quickly. Are we truly setting up our quarantine teachers for success or just hoping for the best? To the leadership team at HISD and the board president, the public should have been informed at least 2 weeks ago about agenda review, not 3 days before. Optics matter. Please quit playing politics with our students.
Amanda Villanueva. Ms. Villanueva, you may begin.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. I'm the parent of an asthmatic second grader at an HISD school. He's currently learning virtually thanks to the flexibility you all have afforded us, and he has a phenomenal teacher who teaches to students both in person and virtually. Our school is not okay. Our teachers are not okay. Our students are not okay. Anxiety is running high among administrators, staff, and students, and although our children are resilient, this is a moment of survival. Standardized tests are notorious for testing affluence, not aptitude. I worked at the University of St. Thomas, and we recently went test optional because the evidence is overwhelming that those who receive high scores have more money. That's not isolated to just one standardized test. That's all standardized tests. If the TEA pushes forward with the STAR test this year, it will increase discrepancies between the haves and the have-nots. Schools that are prioritizing safety will be penalized for being cautious and keeping teachers home when they display the slightest symptoms, while substitutes step in and keep the ship afloat. It will reward schools that...
Ruth Kravitz. Ms. Kravitz, you may begin.
I worked at the University of St. Thomas, and we recently went...
Ms. Kravitz, if you could... Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please vote no on F1. The Energized School founder, Lois Bullock, paid herself a cool $17 million in HISD funds over 5 years in rent, fees, and loan forgiveness, and then still received a contract from HISD. Emboldened, Bullock charged Energized scholars $12 million in fees and rent this last year. HISD awarded her another contract this past May with much less funding left for actual instruction. Energized pays the largely uncertified teachers very poorly, and it is the students, and our communities who suffer. Let us teach them, not her. Where are the detailed... Where are the detailed applications for each of these schools as stipulated in the revised local amendment from last May that you guys wrote? It seems like Dr. Latham skipped a step. Vote no for F1. On D1, the public deserved to know about the vote to give the interim superintendent a contract with more advance notice than the 3 days it got. What happens if TEA takes over HISD in January? Shouldn't the outcome of this case be known before a contract is offered? I also ask that the board add suspending STAR to...
Thank you. Our next item held for registered speakers is item B1, consideration and approval to name Dr. Granita Lathan as lone finalist for Superintendent of Schools. Our first speaker is State Representative Alma Allen. State Representative Allen, you may begin.
Oh, thank you. I'd like to say thank you to all of the trustees this evening. Thank you, ladies, and thank you for your dedication to education and all of the children of HISD. Today, I really come in full support of awarding Dr. Granita Latham a 2-year contract. She has earned the honor of having a 2-year contract. She's dedicated to the children of HISD. Dr. Latham has kept the district from being taken over by the state of Texas and has brought the district through some rough times during this pandemic, while never treating the job as if it was temporary. She has been full speed throughout her tenure with this 3 years. She has put the HISD in the national spotlight with how she is handling the pandemic and leading the district through this very rough time. Dr. Latham has done all of this while still holding to the title of interim.
Thank you, Dr. Allen.
As an educator, yes?
No, I apologize. Go ahead and finish.
As an educator and a former administrator, I am proud of the work that she has done. I'm proud to call her my superintendent. We are fortunate to have her to lead our school district. Please reward her today as she has rewarded us with her talent and her dedication to children, to the city of Houston, and to the largest school district in the state of Texas. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Dr. Carol Evan Shabazz. Dr. Shabazz, you may begin.
Oh, let me go to a quiet area. Hold on just a minute. Okay. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. I support this agenda item wholeheartedly. Dr. Granita Latham has shown dedicated and committed service to our children and the Houston community. She has been immensely responsive and diligent, especially during this pandemic. I have yet to call on her on behalf of schools in and out of District D, as she did not respond timely and with a viable solution. I serve as the council member of District D, of what I call the District of Destination, and the education chair of the NAACP, and I know that she works in the best interest of all children. Wisdom says that when times are uncertain, then it is best to be still and stay the course. Times are uncertain for the Houston Independent School District, so I implore you to be still and stay the course. But in doing so, you are not settling. You are operating in wisdom. For someone who who the appointment is long overdue, and she's a proven leader who not only carries out the duties, but excels and provides innovative and compassionate leadership. I thank you so very much for this opportunity. I hope that you all will operate in wisdom and that you will consider approving this item. Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shabazz. Our next speaker is Sam Smith. Mr. Smith, please begin. Mr. Sam Smith, please begin. Our next speaker is James Matoir. Go ahead, Mr. Matoir.
Thank you. Good evening, President Dygard and HISD Board. My name is James Matoir, and I'm currently the Officer of Student Assessment in HISD. I've been in HISD for over 32 years and have never addressed the board on any items. But I felt moved tonight to speak on behalf of Dr. Lathan tonight because I feel she is the right person to run the district at this time. I've seen several superintendents in my career, and I can understand what it requires for the position. My department is responsible for all snapshots and formative assessment information. We were really excited because we based all of our data tracking on DLAs and snapshot, et cetera. We knew we were about to see something special last year with the accountability status. Those of you on the board that have interacted with me in any capacity know my strong suit has always been data and understanding what is needed to move campuses. So I don't make these claims lightly. I have personally witnessed Dr. Lathan stretching herself on evenings, weekends, and even holidays to support programs in HISD.
Retha Thomas. Ms. Thomas, if you'll mute and go ahead and begin.
Good afternoon. This is Retha Thomas. I represent all the blue-collar workers in HISD, and I'm here in support of Dr. Lathan become the next superintendent, and we're going to stand in unity with her. And like I said, she's doing a good job, and I don't think that it's time to change something that's already working. So I'm standing solidarity with Dr. Lathan and ask y'all to pass it, give her this 2-year contract. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to continuing working with you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Michelle Wagner. Ms. Wagner, you may begin. Ms. Wagner, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Michelle Wagner, and I'm principal of Margaret Long Wisdom High School. I speak today in support of naming Dr. Grenita Lathan as sole finalist for Superintendent of Schools. As a principal of a comprehensive and particularly at-risk school, I can personally speak to the overwhelming support that our staff, students, and families have received from Dr. Lathan since she became our interim superintendent, and especially during this pandemic. She has somehow managed to maintain high academic expectations for our schools in a virtual environment while also meeting the socio-emotional needs of our community. She's kept our families fed with food distribution, enabled all 244,000 students to learn virtually with technology support, and kept the safety of staff and students her number one priority. She's been a solid anchor holding our district steady in these uncertain times. We can count on her strength and dedication to guide us, just as we are now counting on your strength and dedication to do what we all know is best for our schools. Please keep our anchor in place and name Dr. Lathan as your sole finalist for Superintendent of Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Carol Galloway. Ms. Galloway, you may begin.
Yes. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Ms. Galloway.
Okay, good afternoon. I was calling in reference to the appointment and giving the superintendent a continued contract. This is so important to stabilize our district, and I hope the board would take in heart and think of the young kids that are in our schools that she has worked so diligently with. And she knows the community, because that is a lot. Having served on the board, when a superintendent come in just to learn, just to know the community, understand the culture, that is a job within itself. And Dr. Layton has proven to us that she don't, and we certainly want to continue to keep this, to stabilize this district, because with this virus, it's so important that we have support the young people and the supported, knowing that we have a permanent superintendent. So I hope y'all would think about this and don't select persons because you like or dislike. Select them for their quality and their skills. And she does have that. So that is my prayer, and I hope that you all will take it to heart. It's not about you. It's about the students and staff with Houston ISD. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Galloway. Maxine Seals. Ms. Seals,
Yes.
You may begin. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I am Maxine Lane Fields, and good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Dr. Lathan. I'm a long-time past board member of the North Forest Independent School District, served there for 20 years before retiring. I also served on the leadership capacity as a member of it, then a master trustee. I was the president numerous of years with the Texas Caucus of Black School Board Members, serving as president and receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award. I'm a past board member as a HCC trustee. I call in behalf also, and Board of Directors on the Gulf Coast School Board Director. I call in behalf of Dr. Latham because she really has shown the support of a superintendent. As many have said, through Harvey, through this pandemic, and people all over the world, all over this state, I know for sure, are talking about the great job that she has done. I've sat where you're sitting, and I know that it's a hard decision to make. 2 years, I was amazed that that's all they was asking for. Most superintendents don't ask for 2 years. They always want 3 or more, and especially serving as long as Dr. Lathan has served. I hope you do take into consideration tonight the skilling of all of us former board members, and I'm speaking in behalf of so many, that you join in with us in giving her the opportunity to be the permanent superintendent. Thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for the service given to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Woods.
I'm back where you're sitting, and I know.
Mr. Woods, can you mute in the background? And you have 1 minute.
Okay. You ready?
Yes, you have 1 minute. Your timer is beginning.
All right. As a product of HISD and a 43-year educator, I and many others would love to see this long overdue title given to a deserving and proven leader who has earned her stripe. She knows the people of the district on a real level, has served statewide and locally, working with the educational requirements and ensuring our future, the children, are prepared for what lies ahead. We should not pass up the opportunity to solidify this proven and passionate leader by ensuring Dr. Layton is superintendent of HISD. Let us focus on pandemia, floods, and hurricanes. Thank you, school board and Madam President, and our interim superintendent, Dr. Layton.
Thank you. Ana Aguilar. Ms. Aguilar,
Yes.
You may begin. Yes, begin, please.
Okay, buenas tardes. This is Ana Aguilar, Principal Directora of Robinson Elementary. I'd like to express my support for the appointment of Dr. Lathan as Superintendent for HISD. Dr. Lathan has a student-centered approach to leadership and education and always leads with a student-first approach, something that's valued and appreciated as a campus leader. Throughout her time with HISD, she's worked diligently to improve our schools and provide supports for campuses and principals as we lead the work on our campuses every day. Her tireless and impeccable work ethic is one to be admired and respected. As the leader of the largest school district in Texas, her tasks and responsibilities are enormous, and she has proven time and time again that she does the work with love, compassion, determination, dedication, and with the ultimate goal of giving our best to each student every single day. As a principal in a turnaround campus, I have felt supported and that the work I'm doing every day is not only important, but also very much valued. Throughout this COVID pandemic, she's maintained a sense of calm and has continued.
Jesse Herrera. Mr. Herrera, you may begin. Yep, mute the background. You can begin.
Good evening, board members. I am Jesse Herrera, principal of BCM Botchek Academy at Russ and an HISD parent. I come here today to give my support in approving Dr. Latham as our permanent school superintendent for HISD. Dr. Latham has proven herself as an effective leader during the past couple of years in her present role. As a principal, her leadership has guided me in maintaining a highly effective and safe campus. As a parent, I feel blessed for the education of my children I've received in HISD. Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta. Soy Jesse Herrera, director de PCM Biotech Academy en Russ y padre familia de HISD. Vengo aquí hoy para brindar mi apoyo a la aprobación de Dr. Latham como nuestra superintendente escolar permanente para HISD. La doctora Latham ha demostrado ser un líder efectivo durante estos últimos años en su puesto actual. Como director, su forma de líder me ha guiado para mantener una escuela segura y altamente efectiva.
Alexander Olazola. Mr. Olazola, you have 1 minute.
Hi, dear board members. My name is Alexander Olazola. I'm the proud principal of Tijuana Elementary and an HISD parent. And I strongly feel the urgency to advocate for Dr. Latham. The last 6 months have been a challenge for students, parents, and staff as the pandemic affected their lives and the learning of our community across HISD. As a campus-based leader, my focus is to continue supporting the teachers as they provide a highly quality education for the students of my community. One of the main reasons for our work is the continued support from Dr. Latham. Dr. Latham is the leader that we need during these turbulent times, and I humbly ask you to consider naming Dr. Latham as our superintendent. She has worked as a stabilizer in the district and keeping all stakeholders focused on improving the lives of our students, all while facing major adversities such as the Harvey recovery, Tropical Storm Imelda, and now the pandemic. She has handled her tenure as interim superintendent with grace and inspirational leadership. Dr. Latham is a leader we trust, a leader we can look.
Klinger Casquete. Mr.
Yes,
Casquete, you have a minute. Please begin.
Okay, yes. Hi, good evening. Muy buenas tardes, honorable doctora Grenita Latham, miembros de la Junta Directiva del Distrito Educativo Independiente de la Ciudad de Houston. Mi nombre es Klinger Casquete y soy director de la Escuela Bonner, Elemental Bonner. Thank you so much, and Dr. Grenita Latham. We really grant the opportunity, you grant the opportunity to address this evening concerning our consideration. I have worked in the district for the last 23 years at different capacities. And definitely I have seen a different superintendent's leadership ways. I have experienced firsthand how Dr. Latham's commitment to engage with our student population and school communities has created a culture of trust. Dr. Latham is always modeling and leading us to build new and constructive rapport and relationship with our school communities.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jose Covarrubia. Mr. Covarrubia, you may begin.
Good evening, Dr. Latham and board members. My name is Jose Covarrubia, and I am speaking on behalf of naming Dr. Latham the sole finalist for HISD superintendent. For the last several years, Dr. Latham has led the district with grace and dignity. Her tireless efforts through Hurricane Harvey and COVID-19 have proven that she is the right person for the job. Despite many challenges, she has always kept students at the forefront of all decision-making. In this moment in time, HISD needs continuity and consistency. There is no better person for this job than Dr. Lathan. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis Landa. Mr. Landa, you may begin.
Okay, greetings. My name is Luis Landa, principal of Shabazz High School. Buenas tardes. Me llamo Luis Landa y soy director de la Escuela Secundaria Shabazz. The purpose of this communication is to express my support in naming Dr. Granita Lathan as permanent superintendent of the Houston Independent School District. Throughout her tenure with our district, she has demonstrated her ability to lead and help us overcome a number of obstacles. She unwaveringly assumed the role upon departure of our former superintendent, helping navigate financial difficulties our district was facing. Likewise, she has addressed and continues to actively resolve issues raised by TEA, including helping support the success of previously failing schools. Additionally, she has dedicated her efforts to guide us through the current pandemic, again focusing on safety and meeting the technology needs of our students. After leading our district for 2.5 years and considering the number of difficulties she has faced and overcome, Dr. Lathan has proven herself worthy to take on this permanent role. I thank you for your time.
Ryan Hutchings. Mr. Hutchings, you have 1 minute. You may begin.
Good evening, everybody. I've been an employee with HISD for 18 years, and I'm currently the principal at Wainwright Elementary School. During these 18 years, Dr. Lathan stands out as one of the strongest district leaders I've had the experience of working with. Dr. Lathan always puts students first, and I've seen firsthand the way she interacts with students. You can see the genuine care and the love that she exudes for kids just by the way she engages. Dr. Lathan is extremely supportive to principals, and in my first year, I feel I have all the resources and systems in place to equip me with the tools necessary to lead my campus effectively. This is the type of leader that ensures that school leadership teams are successful on their campuses each day, and the type of leader we need to have in place to keep HISD moving forward. In closing, I think Dr. Lathan has been a leader for our district through some tumultuous times, such as stepping into the interim role during our recovery from Harvey, and now as we navigate this unprecedented, ever-changing pandemic. Her unwavering commitment, dedication, vision, and grace is exactly what our district needs as we charter our next steps. It's hard for me to believe that we could find a better suited candidate that would continue to move us forward and be as committed to excellence for our students in the greater Houston community. I truly hope you all reflect over the progress the district has made under her.
Carmen Nunzil. Ms. Nunzil, you may begin. You have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Carmen Nunzil, and I've been a volunteer parent with HISD for over 40 years. I'm calling to let you know that I am against them giving the contract to Dr. Lathan because we need somebody that is willing to work with our community and that cares about our kids. And we have tried over and over and over again to meet with her about concerns that we had in our feeder pattern in our community, and she refused to meet with us. We really need somebody that is willing to work with us because we care about our kids. If she's not willing to work with us, I feel that we need to have a search to find somebody that really cares about our kids and cares about what's going on in our community. There is so many things that people don't realize. Hello?
Thank you. Corey Prado. Mr. Prado, you may begin.
Good evening, President Dygard, Interim Superintendent Lathan, and members of the board. My name is Corey Prados, and I am the proud assistant principal at Baylor College of Medicine and Biotech Academy at Rush. Like you, I want to see the students in our school district graduate ready for the world, possessing the characteristics they need to be successful in college and to compete in today's global workforce. I believe in times like these, more than ever, our district needs stability and proven leadership. As interim superintendent, Dr. Lathan has been a steady, visible presence in our district who has never wavered from choosing what is best for students. During her time as interim superintendent, she led the district through Hurricane Harvey recovery efforts, back-to-back B ratings by TEA, and exiting 9 campuses from the state's improvement required list. Moreover, she continues to guide our district to this very day amidst a global pandemic. But as much as things continue to change, and they will, I hope it is comforting to know that if
Thank
we
you.
stay...
Pablo Resendiz. Mr. Resendiz, you may begin.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Pablo Resendiz, director de la Escuela Secundaria Holland, nacido en México y un orgullo producto del Distrito Escolar de Houston. As the principal in HISD, I can say with confidence that Dr. Lathan is the right leader to continue leading our school district during this troubling time. I felt extremely supported under her leadership and commend her efforts to maintain safety at the highest of priority during these times. She leads with integrity, courage, and the strength needed to ensure we equip our students with the learning and skills they need to become successful individuals. She works tirelessly to provide schools the resources and support they need so students can be successful. Not only will we get through this pandemic together, but under her leadership, we will be a stronger school district than before and soar to new heights. I look forward to working with her as the new superintendent of Houston ISD. Thank you for listening to me tonight.
Thank you. Jason Davila. Mr. Davila.
Yes.
You can begin, but
Yes, ma'am.
mute the background, please.
Okay.
Go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jason Davila. I am the proud principal of Patrick Henry Middle School. I've been a principal in HISD for the past 4 years, and most of that time I have served under Dr. Lathan at 2 different schools. Under her leadership, she has provided direct support and has established open communication. I can confidently say she's the right person to lead our school district and take us beyond the pandemic. I 100% support Dr. Lathan. Patrick Henry supports Dr. Lathan, and we are confident she'll lead us in the right direction as the new superintendent. Anytime I have asked Dr. Lathan for support, she has come through and made it happen in a timely manner. She gives all principals a voice in decision-making and always has a positive attitude and conducts herself in a professional manner. I'm glad to be here tonight and support Dr. Lathan to become the next superintendent of HISD.
Thank you. Christopher Williams. Mr. Williams, you may begin.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please. You have 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Williams. I'm a teacher in HISD and a member of the Houston Federation of Teachers. I am opposed to the appointment of Dr. Lathan to the position of permanent superintendent prior to the board engaging in a thorough search and selection process for the position. The board has an obligation to the students, parents, teachers, and staff of HISD to seek out the most qualified candidate to lead our district. The selection process to appoint a superintendent should be conducted in a way that allows eligible candidates to demonstrate their qualifications for the position. If Dr. Lathan is shown to be the most qualified applicant, she should be offered the position. But the process should be respected, and I urge trustees to move forward with a search for a permanent superintendent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joe Mendoza, please begin.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Lathan should be commended for stepping into the role of interim superintendent for all this time. However, there's been a severe lack of leadership in HISD. This lack of leadership, while there's been a board president, the interim superintendent has overseen the district while it's been embroiled in controversy, the firings of good principals as scapegoats, lawsuits, looming takeovers, continuously failing schools, and underhanded financial dealings. The buck has to stop somewhere, and it should be with Dr. Lathan. I urge the board to vote against agenda item B1 and in favor of agenda item B2. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Allison Matney. Dr. Matney, you may begin.
Good evening, trustees. I speak this evening in support of item B1. I can support this as an HISD community member since 1999, HISD parent since 2007, and proud HISD employee since January. Leadership turnover results in time and monetary costs. During a pandemic, there's an increasing need to focus all these resources on supporting students. Leadership consistency sends a powerful message of supporting stability and students. We have a quality, passionate leader with Dr. Lathan. Since she arrived, Dr. Lathan has been focused on students. This is most evident in the improved student outcomes under her leadership. As interim superintendent, Dr. Lathan has also led Houston through some significant events that impacted our students. From storm recoveries to race tensions and untimely deaths of HIC graduates to our recent pandemic, including handling graduations and school reopening safely. I hear parents say, wow, she's doing all this as interim? You would not know she's interim. Why? Because she has integrity, devotion, and drive, she believes in the purpose of public education and its benefit for all children, including mine. Please support our children by approving B1. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted Weisgall. Mr. Weisgall, you have 1 minute.
Hello, this is Ted Weisgall. Following the resolution passed by the Texas State Board of Education, HISD should have moved with all deliberate speed to offer Mexican American Studies last year and African American Studies this year. Unfortunately, that has not been the case. The Rotary Club of Herman Park, of which I am the Education Committee Chair, has been involved in this effort and wanted to discuss this with Dr. Lathan. Our letters and phone calls have fallen on deaf ears. We will have a press conference at 11:30 a.m. 1 week from today in front of the HISD administration building. We would like to invite you and would like access to electricity to amplify our voices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Samira Rogers. Ms. Rogers, you may begin.
Good evening. I'm the principal of Pleasantville Elementary, speaking in favor of item B1. It is time that Dr. Grenita Lathan be formally named the superintendent of Houston Independent School District. This is not just owed, but earned. From the start of her appointment as interim, not only has she faced multiple disasters and predicaments, she's faced them gracefully, always putting forth a positive and professional countenance. She possesses the motivational energy required for serving this community, keeping students at the forefront, and is an aspirational model for campus leaders on how to be a person of the people, a person of commitment, and a person of compassion. There is not another leader that can rally the support, determination, and drive of school leaders to push forward with the arduous work that is set ahead of us. Please consider consistency and proper focus. This is not a time for beginning an unnecessary search and diverting attention from the very real and precarious situation campuses are in on a daily basis navigating this virus. I cannot imagine someone having done the work of leading this district for 2.5 years, as Dr. Lathan has done, in the manner in which she has.
James McSwain. Dr. McSwain, you have 1 minute.
Yes. Is it time now?
Yes, sir. 1 minute.
Good evening, trustees. This is James McSwain. You know me as the area superintendent for the West. I'm also a constituent, a parent, a grandparent in the district. I've been in the district 24 years as an administrator, and during that time I've seen a tremendous amount of change. We've faced lots of challenges. We face no greater challenge right now than the stability of our district. We're moving in a forward manner right now, and stability is extremely important to keeping us moving that direction. For that reason, I'd like to urge you to name Dr. Grenita Lathan as the sole finalist for our superintendent. We need her stability. We need her leadership in helping us select and produce leaders who will continue to make our district strong. We've lost a significant amount of institutional memory and institutional practice with high turnover in the last years. Dr. Lathan has stopped that, and she has moved our district in a positive manner.
Thank you. Joseph Williams. Go ahead, Mr. Williams. You have 1 minute. Mr. Williams, you have 1 minute. Carlos Phillips. Mr.
Yes.
Phillips, go ahead, please.
Yes. Good evening to the board and to the guests. My name is Dr. Carlos Phillips II. I'm the proud principal of Booker T. Washington High School and the High School for Engineering Professions. I want to first say thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. And the purpose of me speaking today is to say that I am in favor and full support of our superintendent, Dr. Lathan, being named as a lone finalist to represent our school district. I believe she's proven herself in being collaborative, and I think that she is student-centered in order for us to move our district forward. I would like to publicly thank her for the service that she has done, and I want to continue to be a part of her leadership as she guides our direction, the direction of this district for the best interest of all students. So thank you again to the committee. Dr. Latham, you did an outstanding job. I support you. I'm so proud of you and so proud to be a part of the leadership and learning under you and under your tutelage. Thank you for your time this evening to the board, and I thank you all for listening.
Thank
I hope
you.
that you all.
Representative Sinfronia Thompson. You may begin, Ms. Thompson. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening to everyone. I joined the long list of persons in support of Grenita Latham to be installed as the permanent superintendent of HISD. I know that we have had some turbulent times, but as one of the largest school districts in the state of Texas, and with the cutting edge of work that we've been able to accomplish for not only the students but the citizens of our great state, I think that she has earned an opportunity to be able to continue representing the school districts in the capacity of HISD school district superintendent, and to be able to work effectively with the board in order to be able to bring the best learning experiences for all of the students within our school district. So I appreciate you letting me join the many persons who are requesting the board to seriously consider hiring her as superintendent. And I've availed myself for questions to the board members have any of me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rolando Martinez. Mr. Martinez, you may begin. 1 minute, sir.
Good evening, school board members. I am Mr. Martinez. I have 2 kids in HISD schools, and I'm here to speak in reference to agenda items B1 and B2. While I believe that our current interim superintendent has done a good job, I don't believe that the process has been transparent. During this time last year, an item was added to the agenda that caught people off guard. That item was to name Abe Savendra as superintendent. I, along with thousands of community members, were upset at the process itself. It feels like we're doing this all over again. This item was abruptly added to the agenda this past Monday with no community knowledge or no recent feedback from the community. I want to be clear. I'm an avid supporter of public schools and especially HISD, but quite too often the feedback from parents is not properly taken. Let us formally begin the search. Let us conduct due diligence. And if Dr. Latham is named as the lone finalist at the end of that process, I will support it. Again, let us be transparent. Let the community know what's going on so that we can all trust the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Janice Beal. Dr. Beal,
Yes,
please begin.
Yes, Hi, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Your 1 minute has started. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Beal, go ahead, please.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Janice Beal, and I'd like to speak in support of Dr. Latham and being appointed as the superintendent for the school district. I am a native Houstonian and a product of HISD primary schools. I have seen her work for the last several years, and I'm quite impressed by her insight into what her students and what the community needs, her willingness to try new activities, to focus on new things in order to better the district overall. So therefore, I'd really like to go on the record as offering my support. I am a mental health professional, and her concern about the mental health.
Daniel Santos. Mr. Santos, you have 1 minute, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. After 2.5 years of searching for a permanent superintendent, the Houston Federation of Teachers is not pleased that the option of naming Dr. Latham as sole finalist or restarting the entire search was put on the agenda with no notice to our union or any other stakeholders. However, the district needs stability as we face several threats. Thus, the HFT Executive Board conditionally supports a recommendation to name Dr. Latham sole finalist and superintendent of schools for no more than 12 months HST also urges the board to use this time to evaluate whether to extend her contract or begin a new search at a time when the devastation of the pandemic is put behind us. Thank you.
Thank you. Josephine Rice. Dr. Rice, you may begin. Dr. Rice, you may begin.
Hello, good afternoon, Board of Trustees and Dr. Lathan. I am Josephine Rice, and I'm speaking on behalf of nearly 500 school and central office administrators. We're endorsing item B to name Dr. Lathan as the sole finalist for superintendent. Dr. Lathan has led the district through turbulent times and still maintained the focus on student achievement. She managed the district through more crises in 2.5 years than some superintendents would face in a lifetime. School administrators are not looking for perfection in a leader. We are looking for stability, consistency, and someone who can persevere. Having served in an interim role for 2.5 years, Dr. Lathan is clearly dedicated to HISD and the community at large. One question for the Board of Trustees is, why is this issue being addressed at this time? Principals, teachers, and central office employees are doing everything they can to provide quality.
Alicia Lewis. Ms. Lewis, you may begin.
Good evening. When others left the battle, Dr. Lathan remained in the fight for our scholars, teachers, parents, staff, administrators, and community. She is fearless. She understands and has executed the turnaround and transformation process. During one of the most trying times in our world's history, she stepped up again and put the safety of our HISD family first. My husband and I endured COVID this summer. I had to have the death conversation with my daughter. When crying, she told me she could not take care of her brother if my husband and I passed away. I did not think I would return to education, but I am here continuing my work due to the leadership of Dr. Lathan and the plans that she put in place that made me feel safe and have confidence in our district. We have proven leadership and love for this district in Dr. Grenita Lathan. Thank you, and I am the proud principal of Blackshear Elementary in 3rd Ward, Texas.
Thank you. Imatario Cruz.
Yes.
Go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Yes, my name is Imatario Cruz. I'm Principal Navarro and a parent in HISD. I'm calling in favor of item B1 to name Dr. Lathan our superintendent. I've been in the district for a total of 11 years, and I've worked with many different leaders. Dr. Lathan has been the only superintendent I've had the privilege working under during my time in this leadership role. I've only experienced positive things from her. She has strived to make it her goal to talk to us and listen to the needs that we have for our campus, which have directly impacted our scholars, staff, and community. She has been an interim superintendent now going into her 3rd year, and she has been able to successfully lead us through different challenges and continues to do that regardless of other things coming against us as a school district, such as the pandemic upon us. She's getting the job done with what she can control, and she has practiced fairness in her decisions. Based on these actions, she has been a role model in showing how to persevere in tough times and how to remain focused when there is a lot of noise around us. Thank you, trustees, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Joseph Williams.
To make it her goal.
Mr. Williams, you may begin.
Yeah. Good evening. Thank you, Madam President. Turn the sound off here.
Successful leaders through different challenges and continue to do that regardless of other things.
Thank you, Madam President, that I got on the board for affording me this opportunity to share. My name is Joseph Williams, and I'm the principal of Phyllis Wheatley High School. I am in support of B1 and in favor. Turn the sound off. And in favor of this recommendation for many reasons. Dr. Lathan led the Hurricane Harvey recovery efforts, maintained a sound instructional program despite facing recapture of $162 million in funds owed to the state prior to her appointment, and she has kept all employees focused on the work of best serving our scholars in the middle of this pandemic. Specifically for our campus, her support has helped us to improve in seniors meeting college and career-ready indicators as outlined by the state of Texas from 13% to close to 70% in 2 years, and we are on our way to 100%. Additionally, she has helped us in adding 2 career pathways, governance and planning and child development to our existing pathways, and we are in the beginning stages.
Jason Oliver. Mr. Oliver, please begin.
Good evening to the board and to Interim Superintendent Lathan. I'm Jason Oliver and I live in District 7. I'm calling in favor of item B1. Please approve Dr. Grenita Lathan as the lone finalist for Superintendent of Schools. HISD needs a permanent superintendent as soon as possible, and during her challenging years as interim, Dr. Lathan has shown that she is both willing and able to work with the board to achieve its goals while working within its constraints. This is what we should be looking for. To initiate a superintendent search during a worsening pandemic, facing TA's attempted takeover, and as the legislative session looms is a bad idea. Finding a new leader for a school district that's larger than many cities deserves and requires the board's full attention. Who of us can honestly say that we have additional bandwidth at this moment? With that in mind, 1 year is a very short time considering we'll likely still be dealing with the after effects of the pandemic and the legislative session. Therefore, I think a multi-year contract is warranted. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Rushing.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, please mute in the background and begin.
Good evening. My name is Sean Boswell Rushing, and I'm calling in to say that I do support B1. The time has come to speak up and support the interim superintendent. I have witnessed her as a leader who has evolved to form partnerships to address the needs of the children. We have faced many factors as a community and district that none of us have ever witnessed before. Dr. Grenita Lathan has stood firm and has remained present. Tonight's agenda item we should support. I support Dr. Grenita Lathan because she is in it for the children, consistently looking for options to embrace, empower, and educate the whole child, to include their family and community. Times have been tough, yet she has stood firm and evolved for the betterment of all communities. Her plans have been thorough and faced with opposition, yet the energy to forge forward and adjust when necessary is definitely her strength and gift. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
Shanna Halverson, you may begin.
Hi. For 3 years, Dr. Lathan has failed an entire population of the students in HISD. I'm talking about students with disabilities and those who qualify for special education services. We're the largest district in Texas and 7th largest in the U.S., yet HISD recognizes only half the number of students qualifying for special ed as the national average. HISD is under federal and state investigations for these numbers and has been for over 3 years. Dr. Lathan has had 3 years to begin serving these students and making them a priority. The promises continue, but nothing has changed. Why? Her lack of action shows that she does not care about this population of students. She's the leader of our district, yet she has failed and continues to fail an entire subsection of students that she's responsible for educating. We need a leader who will be accountable for all the students in her district, and Dr. Lathan is not that person. These numbers don't lie. She is failing our children. Please continue the search for a superintendent who understands inclusion, equity, and the right of every child to a free, appropriate public education. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Pamela Bovlin. Dr. Bovlin, please begin.
Yes, I am Dr. Bovlin. I am here to talk about several things since we have crashed down to a minute. But first of all, HISD should not be renewing Energize for Excellence based on their own fiscal malpractice by the pattern of financial exploitation and outright theft of the schools and by their owner, Lois Bullock. I watched the meeting last time when we had won the vote by not renewing the contract, and then we had to suddenly go into closed session, and we came back out with a confused trustee, and the vote changed. Don't do that again. We have got to stop this. We cannot continue supporting institutions that have obvious financial malfeasance going on. I support Dr. Lathan, and I hope that she starts to turn around some of the discrepancies that are currently occurring in the pandemic. We can't have teachers conducting both in-person and virtual at the same time. We can't let teachers...
Stacy Taylor Fulmiter, please begin.
Good evening, trustees. It is with humility that I ask you to vote in favor of Agenda Item B1. During a global health pandemic coupled with significant social and political unrest, it is more apparent than ever that leadership matters. Dr. Lathan's professional experience and leadership as interim superintendent is proof she's equipped to lead during a time such as this. Over the last 3 years, under her leadership, HISD has seen gains in student performance in reading, math, and social studies, a marked increase in the number of students graduating with CTE certifications, expanded opportunities for students to have access to full-day pre-K, SEL integration, mentoring, and wraparound supports for students. With Dr. Lathan at the helm, HISD has deployed 77,000 devices to students during the pandemic. Leading a district of this size and caliber calls for innovation, experience, and the ability to deliver results. Dr. Lathan has demonstrated she has the capacity to deliver results, serve with distinction, and lead with grace. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Moore Wright, please begin. Ms. Wright, please begin.
Good evening. I'm Carolyn Moore Wright, as just stated. I am a graduate of Phillips Wheatley High School. I am an officer with the Phillips Wheatley Metropolitan Alumni Association. I serve as vice president. And I am here in support of Dr. Grenita Lathan. She has done an amazing job as the interim superintendent. And we ask that you appoint her as the official, remove the interim title, and give her the title of superintendent for the district. She has been remarkable. She has been transparent. She's been honest. She's been responsive to the parents and to the community, very well respected by her peers. And we stand in full support of her being appointed as the superintendent for Houston Independent School District. We ask that you make this appointment official and permanent, as we have great respect for Dr. Lathan. As I stated, she has been responsive to us. She cares about our students in all aspects throughout Houston Independent School District. And I thank you for this opportunity. And again, we support Dr. Grenita Lathan 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie Gardia. Ms. Gardia, you may begin.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Maggie Gardia, and I am the Officer of Elementary Curriculum. I've worked in HIC for 17 years. Having served under many different educators, I can honestly say Dr. Lathan stands out as a fair, compassionate, and focused leader. Her hard work and dedication inspires us to work even harder for student success. We want to follow her lead. That is the type of superintendent our district deserves. Why would you look any further? I, like many of my colleagues, are in full support of naming Dr. Lathan as our permanent superintendent. Mesa directiva, hagan lo correcto. Nombran a Grenita Lathan como la superintendente del Distrito Escolar de Houston. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia Andrews.
Good evening. My name is Julia Andrews, and I'm the president-elect for the Houston Area Alliance of Black School Educators. On behalf of HAPSI, we fully support and encourage the Houston Independent School District Board of Trustees to consider interim superintendent Dr. Grenita Lathan to become the district's permanent superintendent. Dr. Lathan has demonstrated her ability for more than 2 years, navigating some of the most difficult challenges facing the largest school district in the state of Texas. We believe that the trust that she has garnered with the district, community, and with organizations across the state speaks to her ability to understand that it takes a village to support our students. Her constant poise and leadership are the qualities of a superintendent highly qualified to handle the few adverse times and the many joys of Houston ISD. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Darrell Douglas. Mr. Douglas, if you could mute and you may begin. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. This is Darrell Douglas. I'm the president and founder of Houston Justice Coalition, and I highly encourage the board members to vote in favor of making Grenita Lathan the permanent superintendent for the Houston Independent School District. As someone who has blown up Ms. Marsha Clark's phone, coming down there complaining or standing in front of the building with a megaphone, we finally have a superintendent who reached out during her administration. She actually invited our organization to be part of a community table that meets often, and she makes available her top brass to sort of explain some of the different changes that are happening. We have finally someone who was basically tossed the district like a hot potato and has guided this district with a steady hand and has dealt with thing after thing, COVID, Harvey, thing after thing. And just to call a spade, I'm expecting 9 out of 9 on this.
Thank
and it
you.
being in the affirmative.
Dr. Cheney Williams-Leday. Dr. Leday, you have 1 minute. You may begin.
Yes, good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Layton. I am a past employee of the Houston Independent School District, but more importantly, I'm a taxpayer. I'm pleased to have Dr. Layton at the helm of Houston ISD. She's done an excellent job in steering us through the pandemic, hurricanes, and a TEA takeover, all the while keeping student achievement at the forefront for the success and of the mission and vision of the Houston Independent School District. Dr. Layton is a soldier, a warrior for education in the face of uncertain and unprecedented times. Dr. Layton, ha sido un buen trabajo para todos los estudiantes en este distrito escolar. Espero que ustedes voten en favor de ella. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you. Adriana Castro. Ms. Castro, you may begin.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Madam President, and Dr. Layton. My name is Adriana Castro, and I am the proud principal of Joe E. Moreno Elementary, an A-rated school. And I am also proud to say I am the longest-serving principal of our great district. And as such, I have been a part of many difficult challenges that our district has faced, as well as great accomplishments and victories. This period now has been by far one of the most difficult I have seen during my tenure. And I have witnessed how our superintendent, Dr. Layton, has led us courageously, positively, and supportive in every way. Dr. Layton has exhibited and role modeled for all of us in the schools how to lead during a time that no one has experienced before. She has demonstrated and role modeled strong leadership skills and provided for our schools.
Jackie Anderson. Ms. Anderson, you may begin.
Yes. Good evening, trustees. My name is Jackie Anderson, and although the HFT is prepared to support Dr. Layton being the sole finalist for another 12 months, serving as our district's leader, it is because our district needs stability as we face issues around the pandemic, a possible state takeover, and an FBI investigation. However, this process lacks transparency. We believe that a full and transparent search is the gold standard. We recognize, however, that these are not normal times. That is why the HFT board believes that a leadership change and a superintendent search is counterproductive at this time. Our past experiences have taught us that when searches start in HISD, decisions stop. We cannot afford to be a ship without a captain. We have significant concerns that a lack of decision-making at this time will jeopardize the safety of students and staff. Whatever decisions HISD board decides, we will work together, egos aside.
Eden Bass. Ms. Bass, you may begin.
Hi, everyone. I'm the proud principal of Love Elementary. I'm here to voice my strong support for Dr. Layton to be our named superintendent. This action is long overdue and would go far in providing much-needed security and stability for the district at a time when we are all grappling with so many unknowns. I have had the opportunity to serve under 3 superintendents. Dr. Layton is the only one who ever took the time to visit my campus, listen to our community needs, and follow up with support. Dr. Layton provided this guidance at the Arabic Immersion Magnet School and now at Love Elementary. And in both settings, her top priority has always been doing what is best for children. Dr. Layton has led our district through Hurricane Harvey's aftermath, a budget crisis, and a global pandemic, all the while keeping an unwavering focus on our student success. She has stuck with us through thick and thin, and she is exactly the type of leader we need. Thank you, Superintendent Layton. I hope the board will join me in supporting the leader we deserve.
Thank you. Karen Washington. Ms. Washington. Yes, ma'am, you may begin. You have 1 minute.
Right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I am Karen Washington, a former employee and a current constituent of Houston, Texas. I am calling in support of B1 to support Dr. Grenita Lathan. In the midst of a storm, you look for courageous leadership, and Dr. Lathan has proven that she is capable of facing all the adversities that she has come across throughout her tenure. After looking at credentials needed of a CEO and a superintendent, the most important things that you find is looking for someone who is relatable, someone with vision, the ability to lead, dedication and commitment, not only to their staff, but to the students and the parents. Dr. Lathan has shown that she has done that time and time again, also in the midst of all the adversities that she has.
Judith
you look for
Irvington Schultz.
And Dr. Lathan has proven that she
Yes, ma'am, you have 1 minute.
is capable of facing all the adversities.
Yes, I'd like to question the vote of Dr. Lathan as the new superintendent, especially since we have not heard from any teachers or principal. Under her watch, there's been embezzlement from the CEO, FBI raids, TEA takeovers, and reprimands. But most important, the damage to teachers' lives and livelihood. I would specifically like to know why she and the board decided to enforce a mandate never enforced before in order to punish teachers. In my family, we have taught over 50 years in HISD, 20 myself, 30 for my mother. My last position was closed. I was moved to an abusive situation where I was assaulted. I tried to transfer out according to protocol, but denied when the principal missed a newly enforced deadline date. I was notified after the deadline date and then forced to return to a job that was killing me mentally and physically. When I decided to leave before school started, but 1 week after the deadline date, I was sued and not given the chance to speak in my defense before the school board. I now have lost...
Thank you. Melinda Daughtry.
For my mother.
You may begin.
Good evening, board members. My name is Melinda Darty, and I am a second-year principal at Catherine Smith Elementary. I have been a part of Team HISD for over 20 years, and I love our district. Under Dr. Lathan's leadership, our district focus has been targeted to support the whole child, including family supports through new wraparound services and through strong social-emotional learning services throughout the district. In addition, our focus on instruction and learning is strong. Our student performance is rising. During the spring, Dr. Lathan's response to COVID-19 was calm and focused. She demonstrated strong leadership abilities that helped move and support our students, staff, and families in the most unsettling of times. She provided district supports to campuses through additional professional development for simultaneous learning and provided additional support with staffing and technology to ensure our students and staff have the resources needed to meet our students' academic needs. Dr. Lathan is a leader who has demonstrated the ability to move our district in the right direction.
Thank you.
She has spoken.
Victor Garcia. Mr. Garcia, you have 1 minute.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Victor Garcia. I'm the principal at Port Houston Elementary and also a proud parent, HISD parent. I'm here to communicate my support for the appointment of Dr. Grenita Lathan as superintendent of the Houston Independent School District. During these trying times, it's essential for our community, teachers, and students to have consistency in our instructional continuity. It is important to have someone who can steer us through rough waters. Dr. Lathan has proved herself as an advocate for the student success throughout the many challenges our district has faced. As a campus principal, I've experienced constant support for our small schools and have been provided the necessary resources for educational equity. No campus is ever overlooked, and under her leadership, she has provided personal attention to the diverse needs of each campus. Dr. Lathan has also supported our campus initiatives that bring forth opportunities for students and community. Her leadership, tenacity, and dedication in her work proves fit for her to be the superintendent of the largest school district in Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth Williams, please begin. Mr. Williams, please begin. You have 1 minute.
Okay, yes. My name is Kenneth Williams. I am the Chairman of the Cashmere Feeder Pattern Community Council. And I am urging the board to vote yes on agenda item B1. Dr. Latham should be approved as the lone finalist for HISD Superintendent of Schools. The superintendent should meet the minimum following criteria: should be qualified for the job, should be effective as a leader, should act in the best interest of the district, and should act in the best interest of our diverse student population. Dr. Latham easily checks all of these boxes. She has performed amazingly well in the midst of a turbulent environment, from Hurricane Harvey recovery to TEA threats and overreach to this COVID-19 pandemic. She has been tried and tested by fire and still checks all the boxes.
Barbara Jones. Ms. Jones, you may begin. Ms. Barbara Jones.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Please begin.
Yes. What do you want me to begin?
You have
Speaking
1 minute
about
to. You have 1 minute to say your piece.
And this is about the agenda for the school district?
Yes, ma'am.
I just don't feel like District 2, as a parent, that we had a voice in the choice of keeping the, I believe it is a superintendent that we're speaking of. Well, really any decisions that acquires to our school district or our children in District 2, we haven't had much say as parents. So we don't, even filling out the application to get this 1 minute, it took forever because it was in Spanish and it was just difficult. So, but I hope that everything's worked out and the person that we do pick or end up with or helps our district and help our kids.
Janice Thomas.
Yes.
I just don't feel like
can you mute,
District
please?
2, that we had a voice in the choice of keeping.
Ms. Thomas, can you mute the background and please begin?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. The inequity between the schools in the district is alarming. The rigor of classes offered at Lamar and Bel Air compared to Phyllis Wheatley, Cashmere, and North Forest are astounding. For example, students at Lamar can graduate from an international baccalaureate program, and students at Bel Air can choose from some 30 AP classes. Phyllis Wheatley only offers 8 AP classes, and only 2 are for math and science. Phyllis Wheatley was also one of 51 HISD schools rated D or F by TEA in 2018-2019. District 2, which serves 43 of HISD schools, has the most diverse group of students. District 2 also has the highest number of failing schools in all of districts in HISD. 94% of the students attending D or F schools are Black or Hispanic. The superintendent search was suspended.
Argentina James. Ms. James, you may begin. Please begin.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Argentina James. As a member of the Black Women of Greater Houston Political Action Committee and a member of the Executive Committee for the NAACP Houston branch, I support the approval of Dr. Grenita Latham's appointment to become the sole finalist for the Superintendent of Schools for Houston Independent School District. Dr. Latham has ably served as an interim superintendent by every measure through her laser focus on evaluating and improving upon existing programs, district's resources, and support services, and overall organizational efficiency with excellence. At every turn, Dr. Latham has risen to the occasion for the students, parents, teachers, staff, and community. I don't believe that the district could conduct another search that would result in identifying someone who could perform under the circumstances that Dr. Latham has and does, so that at the level that she has demonstrated.
Thank you. Annie Garcia. Ms. Garcia, please begin.
Greetings, esteemed trustees. My name is Annie Lara Garcia, proud Roadrunner of Browning Elementary. I'm here to ask your support in naming Dr. Grenada Lathan as Superintendent of Houston ISD. Dr. Lathan continues to be supportive, leading with an unwavering spirit. It is evident that our students, teachers, and community have experienced an extended period of unimaginable hardship, but the work of Dr. Lathan never came to a halt. She remained optimistic through it all. She worked tirelessly, ensuring the health and safety for our students, staff, and community, providing a framework to execute effective learning experiences. Dr. Lathan has partnered with pantries to provide food for our communities, coordinated with local churches to provide a safe space for students to learn, and deploy technology to families. Dr. Lathan has proven to be an unstoppable force during these challenging times, and I am confident that under Dr. Lathan's continued leadership, we will prevail. I'm a proud product, parent, and principal of NHISD, and I ask of you this evening to look no further, allowing Dr. Lathan to continue the plan she has set in motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanya DeBose. Ma'am, you may begin.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Grenada Lathan. My name is Tanya DeBose, and I am a parent, a community leader in the historic Independence Heights, as well as a member of the Boris Elementary SDMC Board. I call to encourage this board to make a move that is so long overdue, that Dr. Grenada Lathan be finally appointed as the superintendent of Houston Independent School District. She has led in the midst of a hurricane. She's led in the midst of this pandemic. And she is also leading and connected to community. We need stability in HISD, and Dr. Lathan represents that. I urge you to make her the permanent superintendent of Houston Independent School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Brame. Ms. Brame, you may begin.
To encourage this board.
Please mute your background and begin.
Yes. My name is Erica Brain Manuel. I've had the privilege to work under the leadership of Dr. Lathan for the last few years. During this time, I've observed firsthand the magnitude of her commitment to ensure that all students in the district have access to top-notch education in a safe learning environment. Dr. Lathan is a leader that stands behind difficult decisions to ensure that our scholars have effective teachers in every classroom. She is not afraid to push back to advocate for our school communities, and every decision that she has made has always centered around what's best for students in the district. She has proven to be a dynamic leader that is qualified to continue leading one of the nation's largest school districts. Therefore, I am requesting for Dr. Lathan to be approved as the lone finalist for Superintendent of Schools in Houston ISD.
Thank you. Charles White. Please begin, Mr. White.
This is actually Mr. Martinez.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, President Dygard and trustees. I, Cesar Martinez, am a proud member of Team HISD and have been fortunate enough to work either directly or indirectly under Dr. Grenada Lathan's leadership since she joined the district in 2015. Having worked in other large urban school systems at the campus and central office levels, I can unequivocally attest to the fact that Dr. Lathan is truly in a league of her own. She is a teacher of teachers, a leader of leaders, a lifelong learner, and most importantly, a fierce advocate of students and families. Time and time again, Dr. Lathan has proven that she not only has the skill set, knowledge base, and experience, but also the emotional intelligence to serve and support the varied needs of our diverse staff and student population. For these reasons and a plethora of others, I humbly request that Dr. Lathan be named the sole superintendent finalist in order to continue our important work and take HISD to the next level. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jacqueline Bostic Elroy, you may begin.
Yes, this is Jacqueline Bostic McElroy. I am the great niece of Hattie Mae White. I'd like to speak in support of the consideration and approval of Dr. Grenada Lathan as Superintendent of Schools. As you know, the building that you sit in is named after my great aunt, Hattie Mae White. Dr. Lathan embodies the values held by my great aunt. She's a true leader and wants all children to receive a quality education. Dr. Lathan has tirelessly worked for HISD employees, families, and community for the last 5 years. She's met the challenges that Harvey and the COVID-19 have given all of us. The district needs that same continuity and consistency that has been provided by Dr. Lathan. She has proven her ability and dedication to make HISD a stellar district. She is truly an asset to HISD and the Houston community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Gary Monroe. Mr. Monroe,
Yes.
You may begin. You have 1 minute, sir.
It's time to take the interim tag off the good doctor. She's navigated these waters. She's fought every single battle. She dealt with every curveball that came her way. Take the interim tag off of Dr. Lathan and make her the permanent. I came here tonight to say goodbye to a soldier. Every time I got sick, Trustee Adams called me in the hospital. She prayed with me. I gave her hell in every board meeting, and she stood firm. My friend, I wish you luck where you going, but remember this. I'm going to be in that courtroom, and the first time you cut up, I'm going to be on you. But I appreciate your service. You're the last one standing from the 8 years before that I came into the building, and I appreciate you, and I love you, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monroe. Charles White.
Yes, this is Charles X. White with Charity Productions and the Community Partnership Exchange Breakfast, the largest civic engagement group in the state of Texas. I am in support of Dr. Grenita Lathan being confirmed as superintendent. She, to me, has demonstrated public safety and public health concerns. She has joined a team that includes Texas A&M, the Sustainable Communities, the Institute for Sustainable Communities, Texas Southern, and we are working with the guidelines of the National Institute of Health, FEMA, Homeland Security, and the Texas School Safety Center. So I would wish that you would confirm Dr. Lathan for her leadership in public safety and public health. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. James Dixon. Dr. Dixon, you may begin, sir.
Thank you so very much, Madam President, and to the board members. Let me thank you for the opportunity, but more than that, thank you so very much for your servant leadership. Our community depends on individuals like you who sacrifice to make certain that our children have the best opportunity for a positive future. Thank you very much for your leadership at that level and for leading us through turbulent times as well. I join you tonight on behalf of over 1,000 churches and their memberships across the city of Houston, along with elected officials, inclusive of our mayor, 2 state senators, Whitmire and Boris Miles, and a plethora of elected officials, of course, including 2 congresspersons, Congresswoman Lee and Congresswoman Green, and many social justice organizations, including the NAACP and the Houston Area Urban League, and many more. We're here to join the chorus of those who are asking this board to approve B1 and hiring Dr. Grenita Lathan as the permanent superintendent.
Our next speakers registered are for item B2, consideration and approval of resumption of superintendent search. Our first speaker is Susan Monahan. Ms. Monahan, you have 1 minute. You may begin, and please mute. Ms. Monahan, you may begin. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. To the board president, Sue Dygard, and all the board trustees, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Susan Monahan. I'm a retired HISD principal here to speak on the board agenda B2. I'm asking the board to please consider ceasing the superintendent search and move forward with a clear choice, our current interim superintendent. The dedication, knowledge, energy, and support she has provided to HISD since 2018 is Lenting. Please make the clear choice, the only choice, our current superintendent. Resuming a superintendent search at this time would take time, money, and would certainly create instability throughout the district. We stand to lose momentum on the current district's vision, the continuous work of the HISD leadership teams, and the work towards improving our at-risk schools. Trust the many voices you have heard here tonight. Dr. Lathan is the clear choice. The search needs to end, and we need to name Dr. Lathan as superintendent of HISD.
Thank you. Giovanni Ponce. Mr. Ponce, you have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, board members. Dr. Layton. Today I'm not talking as a proud HISD team member. I'm talking as a parent of 2 children in HISD. At this point, making changes, it will be devastating for our children. Dr. Layton has been not only a champion, but totally devoted to the children. I'm asking respectfully to the board to not move forward with the superintendent search. We have a superintendent. Dr. Granita Layton has been a champion during crisis. She has demonstrated that she can do the job. We don't need 1 year. We need more. She has been more than enough for us. So I'm asking, as a parent, to not move forward and to vote against item B2. Our children deserve a superintendent.
Thank you. Casey Bailey. Ms. Bailey, you may begin.
Good evening, Dr. Layton and the esteemed members of the HISD Board of Trustees. Trustees, I stand before you as a proud member of Team HISD in support of B1 and oppose B2, and want to express my deepest concern with exploring or even considering an approval to resume a superintendent search. Dr. Layton's fearless leadership has led us through choppy waters time after time, and she has never lost focus on what's important, and that's the children of HISD. I want you to know that the work at every corner of our district is being done. Are we perfect? No. Are we striving for excellence in all that we do? Most definitely. Dr. Layton is the epitome of strength, resilience, and grace. What more needs to be done to show that there's nothing temporary about her leadership? When others ran, she stood up. When naysayers counted her out, she humbly served. You know why? Because the children of HISD needed a leader who believed in the possibilities and had a vision for what HISD could achieve. Vote no in resuming a search, and yes to naming Dr. Layton as the lone finalist.
Thank you. Eileen Puente. Ms. Puente, you may begin.
Good evening, Dr. Layton and Board of Trustees. My name is Eileen Puente, and I am currently the proud principal of Rucker Elementary in the East area. Thank you for your dedication to our district and for allowing us time to speak to these agenda items. I'm speaking against item B2, consideration and approval of resumption of the superintendent search. I believe that Dr. Layton has done an outstanding job supporting our school communities, including teachers, leaders, students, families, and staff, before and especially during this challenging time of the global pandemic. We have had a clear and well-communicated reopening plan to keep us safe and allow quality instruction to continue. We've been able to provide all our students with devices needed and parents to choose what learning option is best for their children. Dr. Layton has proven herself as a dynamic leader by providing quality leadership, appropriate conditions necessary, and encouraging and motivating our schools toward excellence. Our district needs consistency, stability, and continued support to keep everyone safe, healthy, and learning at the highest levels possible.
Thank you. Brenda Fernandez, you may begin. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please.
I am opposed to giving Ms. Langton the position of permanent superintendent. I feel that any CEO of any major corporation would have been fired with all of the chaos and corruption that has been going on over the last couple of years. The fact that this, I don't know, millions of dollars was stolen from HISD children, education, because somebody was not overseeing the finances properly is a big red flag. And I think somebody with a proper experience level needs to be put in place in order for things like that not to happen again. Because having money stolen from children's education, to me, is just a complete disgrace. And while it wasn't initiated under her, it definitely took place while she was watching over.
Keith Downey. Mr. Downey, you may begin.
Thank you for having me. My name is Keith Downey, Super Neighborhood President for Cashmere Garden. I'm in support of Dr. Lathan becoming permanent named as Superintendent of HISD. She is a proven leader who cares about the education of students within the district. She has not allowed any obstacle to stand in the way of advancing the education of any student. She does not govern based on race, color, creed, or religion. She is open-minded, and fair, and attacks issues in a professional, thoughtful manner. We do not have to look beyond the boundaries of Houston. A lot of times, reaching out is not always the answer when the brains and the talent is inside. And she's here in Houston with the best. She's the best candidate for our students. We give the nod to vote in favor of naming Dr. Grenita Lathan Superintendent of HISD. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Castleman, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Laura Castleman. I am calling to kind of give my opinion with respect to the agenda items B1 and B2. I as a parent of student in HISD, I feel that the board should do a search, and the board should not, because that's their job, and that's what the statute requires, and should not be granting a contract to an interim that was supposed to be an interim. They need to do a proper search for a superintendent that we need somebody who has been properly vetted into the position.
Thank you. Reginald Bush. Mr. Bush, you have 1 minute. You may begin.
Good evening, Madam President, fellow trustees, Dr. Lathan, and her hard-working cabinet. I hope this message finds each of you in good health and well-being. Tonight, I'm here in support of Dr. Grenita Lathan. I think Dr. Lathan's resume speaks for itself. Tonight, trustees, let's make a decision about kids. Let's make sure that each of us know that before we cast our votes, our one vote will impact over 200,000 kids, 283 schools, hundreds of communities, and 24,000 plus employees. We are all praying that you and all the fellow trustees, President, will make this vote in favor of Dr. Grenita Lathan as our next long-term permanent superintendent of schools in Houston Independent School District. I've spoken to several colleagues, students, and community members, and we are all in agreement that we need a leader like Dr. Lathan who can deliver not only for one school, but she can deliver for all 283 schools and communities. Thank you.
Our next item held for registered speakers is item D1, approval of district improvement plan for 2020-2021. Nakia Sims. Ms. Sims, you have 1 minute. You may begin.
And still she will rise. Dr. Lathan will rise to every occasion. We support you as a superintendent. Juxtapose the microaggression, the most qualified jargon against the TEA commissioner, not a doctor, a former software developer. I support you. Will my District 5 and my board support me? Not because I'm a UT Law graduate, not because I was a teacher and certified in special education, but because I sat for the Special Education Advisory Committee, which online has not been active since 2018. Will you support me as I reach out to Angie Maxey, the dyslexia lead, and ask why students are not in the least restrictive environment? Why are we not adapting, progress monitoring, offering the interventions necessary? Work with us as we're working to support all students, including I support you in Wheatley. I grew up in Cashmere Gardens. Nakia, Nakia.H like Hillary, .sims@gmail.com. gmail.com. If you want support.
Our next item held for registered speakers is item F1, authority to award, negotiate, execute, and non-renew contracts for external performance campuses for 2021, 22 through 2025, 26 school years. Our first speaker is Paula Harris. Ms. Harris, you have 1 minute. You may begin.
Hello, Julie. This is Paula Harris, former board member for HISD and current board member of Energize for Excellence Academy. I want to talk about 4 things: stability, continuity, appraisal, and audit. When you talk about Energize, you have to talk about stability and continuity because our parents are so happy and proud of their school. We've had over 60,000 students with less than 0.001, less than 1,000th of a parent-centered complaint. Many of our kids stay from K through 12. The few people who have heard or think that there's something wrong with the finances have never looked at our books, Julie. The board knows that our audits internally, externally, and from the district are without reproach. We also know that when our properties are appraised, we are paying less. We are saving money for our children so that every child in Energized schools have a computer and a hotspot and have had that since before school started, Julie.
Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. Congresswoman, you may begin, please.
With less than
Hello, this is Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, and I'm delighted to have the opportunity. First of all, let me pay special tribute to this board for its significant leadership during these very trying times. I would like to support Dr. Latham as the sole candidate for superintendent for HISD based upon the issues of hope. She gives us hope, inspiration. She provides that to the children. I've seen her in action, and a definitive commitment to detailed education to be able to help children at all levels of their life. In the midst of pandemic and, of course, in the midst of Hurricane Harvey, I saw her as I stood side by side on many occasions as she confronted these insurmountable odds. Please indicate and allow this leader to continue her leadership. She'll be committed to the board's policies. She'll be an able employee as well as she'll be an able leader. Finally, this is transparency. Her life has been transparent through these years that she has served as the interim superintendent. She has been an open book. There's nothing that the board or any student or employee or parent has asked or needed that she has not provided. I believe this will be the right decision for the continuity of this district, but more importantly, for the able working relationship with this excellent board for the great work you've done. Let's have an excellent, superior superintendent, and that is Dr. Latham. Thank you for your kindness and yielding to me this evening. Have a very good evening. Thank you again for your work. Thank you, Wanda, for your outstanding service to this community. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah Terrell. Ms. Terrell, you may begin. Yes, ma'am, you have 1 minute.
Energized schools are approved to operate every year, despite proof that the school's CEO steals from students with huge payments to herself. Each year, she is supposed to clean up her act, but does not. Her fees were $12 million in 2019. So the board promised to be gatekeepers to such privately owned schools with campuses inside HISD. The revised policy now requires a detailed application, another promise to make Energize accountable. Now our superintendent wants your vote on a 5-year contract for Energized. Have you seen the application? Does it address the financial mismanagement, the uncertified teachers, the lack of special ed students? Have you reviewed the applications for these new schools, Connections Academy and Rethink? This $380 million proposal is gigantic. Admin says, just sign here, but you made us a due diligence promise. Now keep it.
Thank you. Norma Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez, you may begin.
Yes, I am.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please.
Buenas tardes, soy Norma Sánchez, madre de un estudiante de sexto grado de la escuela de Energize for Excellence Middle School. Mi hija ha estado en esta escuela desde Pre-K3. A mí me parece una escuela capacitada. Ha ayudado a mi hija a seguir sus estudios con maestros que toman interés con cada estudiante y exigen sacar lo mejor de cada uno de ellos. A los padres nos proveen las herramientas para poder ayudar a nuestros hijos. Me gustaría que renovaran el contrato de esta escuela porque deseo que mis otros 2 hijos continúen asistiendo a esta. Mis hijos han asistido a esta escuela desde Pre-Kinder 3 y he estado muy satisfecha con el aprendizaje que ahí llevan. Es una escuela segura, tiene a los estudiantes con estrictas medidas de seguridad. Cuando un estudiante va bajo en las calificaciones, los maestros se esfuerzan para sacarlos adelante, ofreciéndoles tutorías después de clases. La directora está atenta a todo lo que pasa en la escuela, al igual que todo el personal de trabajo. Yo veo que hacen sus funciones muy bien. Por eso, una vez más reitero, mi interés es que esta escuela permanezca abierta. Gracias.
Gracias. Marina Ayala. No, excuse me. Claudia Chavez Pinto. Ms. Pinto, you may begin.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ms. Chavez Pinto, principal of Energize for Excellence Academy, in support of renewing our external performance contract. We are a B-plus rated school serving close to 1,500 students, and historically we have proudly served close to 1,700 students. We at Energize for Excellence Academy have great community and building support. Our parents and students happily choose to come to Energize for Excellence year after year. We serve as a K-12 school of choice pipeline in which our students make long-lasting experiences, memories, friends, and find success. We provide strong foundations and enduring impacts on generations to come in our community, helping Houston ISD be the best school district in the country. Our students benefit from receiving excellent education from our teachers, university partnerships, inviting and nurturing environments of learning, and technology that helps our students be successful. We focus on the development of foundational skills that provide the basis for success in our students' future academic pursuits, in addition to ensuring our students and provided with the needed socio and emotional support.
Lydia Zatopek.
Experiences, memories, friends, and find success. We provide strong foundations.
Ms. Zapotec, you may begin.
On generations to come in our community, helping Houston ISD.
Yes. Esteemed school board members, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm a Director of Educator Certification and Investment Division at Harris County Department of Education. We are a TEA approved and accredited educator preparation program with 100% pass rate on the state pedagogy exams, offering an alternative pathway to earn state teacher certification. I would like to speak in support of agenda item F1 to award external performance contracts to Energize for Excellence and Energize for STEM campuses. This past summer, we established a partnership with Energize for Excellence and Energize for STEM to provide preparation and certification support to teachers on these campuses. Currently, we have a cohort of 14 teachers on an intern certificate serving students at the 5 campuses who are completing our rigorous preparation program, which provides an extensive network of support through standard-based curriculum and field supervision. These educators are...
Mindy Wilson. Ms. Wilson, you may begin.
We must not blindly award $380 million to charter entities with little to no oversight by this board. Your revisions to EL Local are important, but they mean nothing if this board doesn't carefully review each application and require that your expectations be met. I found that several teachers on Energized campuses do not have valid teaching certifications. These campuses don't have the special ed services they need. Worse than that, Energized campuses are still reporting that 0 or only 1% of their students qualify for SPED. Yet the neighborhood schools that surround them have identified that at least 9% of students qualify for special ed services. Our students can't get services for learning differences that adults choose not to identify. Your policy does not allow this. These new applicants, Connections, Rethink Forward, what do you know about them? Why are we eager to give money to charters and not our neighborhood schools? This agenda item lacks the transparency and oversight you all know it needs. Please vote against F1 and tell this administration they have to follow your policy.
Siobhan Clark. Ms. Clark, you may begin.
Good evening. I'm the proud principal of Energize for STEM Academy High School and also a parent of an HISD student. I'm speaking in support of the entire Energize organization of schools. We serve grades pre-K 3 through high school, and we've been in this community for 21 years. Within that time, we've developed scholars who have gone on to do some amazing things, just as many other HISD schools have. But as both a parent and an educator, I support school choice. Families have come to expect the privilege of choosing the best educational setting for their students based off their specific needs and values, and eSTEM should continue to be one of those choices. My students have accomplished great things, and we continue to excel in many areas. We're nationally ranked as a U.S. World News Best High School, and we've maintained that rating for several years. We've also earned all 7 TA distinctions for multiple years as well. Our mission is to bring exceptional educational experiences, including high-quality academic and fine arts.
Robert White. Mr. White, you may begin. You have 1 minute.
I am the proud principal of Energize for STEM Academy Incorporated Middle School, and I have been with Energize Schools for 11 years. During my time with Energize Schools, I have grown from my first year highly qualified teacher to a certified, highly effective teacher recognized by a Texas Education Agency, and now becoming the proud principal of eSTEM Middle School while earning a master's in education with a focus of STEM from the University of Houston. I see from firsthand experience the impact that our schools have had on our students and community. Even though we have encountered a pandemic, our students are committed to coming to our school, shown by our 99% attendance rate this year. Our school is also committed to excellence by providing new opportunities for our students program. Throughout my tenure, we have been in the top tier in academic performance in comparison to other HISD schools and state schools, earning distinctions and honors through TEA and Houston ISD on a consistent basis as an open enrollment charter. I'm in support of all 5 students, 164 students, Energized.
Emilce Torres, you may begin. Emilce Torres, you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Emilce Berencourt. I'm in the 8th grade, and I'm excited to tell you how Energize for STEM Academy has helped me. I graduated from Energize for Excellence Elementary, and it helped me a lot. I got there in 4th grade. I didn't really know English, but my teachers helped me. There's this one specific teacher I will never forget. Her name is Miss Guillory. She would always sit with me at the end of the day, and she taught me how to read in English, how to pronounce words I didn't know how to pronounce. And if it wasn't for her, I don't think I would be here telling you this. She made my life easier, and I love her for that. When I got to 5th grade, my grades were really good. I passed all my STAR tests with high grades, and I really want to thank all my teachers for always believing in me. I moved to Energize for eSTEM in 6th grade, and I've been here ever since. I really like coming to school. It's really fun, and I learn new things every day.
Thank you.
The teachers here are
Simisola Ramos. Simisola Ramos, please begin.
I've been in Energize school system for 4 years. My 5th grade in Energize for Excellence and my 6th to 8th in Energize for STEM. I've loved it here because the teachers do all they can to further my education. Throughout all my years, my teachers have made sure I properly understood the material and did their best to help me if I didn't. They might push me to my limits, but that's only because they love me. In 5th grade, I thought reading would be the one STAR test I wouldn't do very well on. Yet, I not only mastered it, but I also got 100. I also mastered math with a 95 and met in science with an 83. I switched to Energize for STEM in 6th grade. The teachers there pushed me just as hard, if not harder, to be the best I could. It was a harder curriculum, but I made sure I passed. My 7th grade was much of the same with an added class of Algebra 1. Even though I was only able to take the first half of it, I'm glad I took it all because now I'll be prepared for it in the 9th grade.
Thank you.
A year later,
Arlene Coe. Ms. Coe, you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Arlene Coe, Principal of Energize for Excellence Academy Incorporated Middle School. I want to take this opportunity to share my journey with Energize for Excellence Academy. I started working at Energize for Excellence as a math teacher when I first came to this country in 2003. Just like 72% of my students, I am an English learner myself, and I am very thankful for the opportunity that Energize for Excellence had given me, as well as our students. As the leader of the campus, I am confident and proud to say that our school has provided and will continue to provide excellent education and multiple opportunities for all our students to learn and grow in all academic areas, including the field of science, technology, engineering, and math, and even fine arts. Academically, our campus has consistently met standard for state accountability with an overall rating of a B in 2018 to 2019. Energized for Excellence Middle School was also named Texas National Title I Distinguished School in 2009. Thank you, and I hope you will give Energized.
Jose Cintron. Mr. Cintron, you may begin.
Good evening. As the proud principal of Energize for Excellence Academy Incorporated Early Childhood Centers, we are on a mission to teach for the future, to prepare students for the challenges and the opportunities of a global economy in a rapidly changing world. We are living through a time of global pandemic and continuously strive to provide the support and necessary resources students and staff require to maintain normalcy in our everyday operations. Our main goal has always been to deliver technology-integrated instruction to our students using gifted and talented strategies that challenge students to use higher-level thinking skills. The partnerships that have been formed with the University of Houston downtown for professional development have proven to be successful and a staple in the culture of our school and students that students, parents, and staff alike look forward to being a part of. Academically, in the 2018-2019 Circle Assessment, the school exceeded the district's average in 5 out of 7 literacy categories and 4 out of 7 math categories. Please vote in favor of item F1.
Christina Opico. Ms. Opico.
Hi, yes, good evening to all. Yes, my name is Christina Opico, mother of 4 boys who have started their education with Energize for Excellence Academy Early Childhood and advanced through middle and high school. My oldest son is currently in 11th grade and prepares to graduate next school year from Energize for STEM High School. My other 2 boys are now in 7th and 8th grade with Energize for Excellence Middle School, and my youngest boy in pre-K3 program. I love the school curriculum, hands-on learning environment, the love and care teachers give by making sure no child is left behind. When my boys were in virtual remote at home, the schools provided resources, Chromebook, hotspot, and materials. I can say that the teacher and principals will make sure that the students are in class every day and every period. Any concerns about their academic grades or attendance, the teacher will give me a call and come up with a plan or other resources to help my child grow academically, socially, and emotionally. As a parent, I have decided to bring my children in face-to-face for the second 9 weeks, and I was impressed with the setup. Students were social distance and checking their temperature daily. My youngest son is in pre-K3. He loves.
Mike Lunsford. Mr. Lunsford, you may begin. You have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President Dygard and board members, for allowing me to speak tonight. I'd like to speak in support of extending Energize for Excellence Schools contracts. These schools educate over 3,400 HISD students from pre-K to 12th grade, currently 54% in person and 46% virtually. The demographics are 88% Hispanic, 10% African American, and 2% Asian, all primarily coming from Southwest Houston. 90% of the teachers are certified, and the remaining teachers are all in the Harris County Department of Education certification program. In my years on the board, I never had one negative email, phone call, or letter in regards to Energize Schools, which all of y'all know is very rare as a trustee. You get them from everybody. I was asked last year to be on the board, and I accepted. The board has evolved in makeup over the past year, and we now have quite a diverse group. One person added was Dr. John Rudley. He was a former president of TSU, and he currently teaches accounting. He now heads up our audit committee. Mr. Manuel Leal recently joined and is a distinguished former state district judge who currently teaches at the Thurgood Marshall School of Law.
Alicia Bell.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Lathan, and our esteemed Board of Trustees. I'm here in opposition of Board Agenda Item B2. I ask that we honor Dr. Granita Lathan by naming her the lone finalist for Superintendent of Schools. Honor is a verb that means to regard with great respect or to fulfill an obligation or keep an agreement. Why search when we've already found? We have found a leader that has personified resiliency, and she has stood as a symbol of said resiliency for not only our school district, but the Houston community at large. Now is not the time for change. Now is the time to recognize and honor Dr. Lathan for what she has done for our community. Honor her for the B rating the district has earned under her leadership. Honor her for the countless hours she's given to guide us through natural disasters and a pandemic. Honor her for being steadfast in this position and role when others could not. Honor her for being the superintendent every day, not allowing the interim to get in the way of our progress. Honor her by naming her the lone finalist. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will read comments from speakers we were unable to reach via phone, starting with number 11. Twyla Carter. The Astros Foundation works closely with HISD via the Strategic Partnership Department. I have gotten to know Dr. Lathan over the past few years and fully support her leadership of HISD. I believe she has the knowledge and vision to carry HISD into the future in a positive, focused direction. I do not think the board can begin to find a better candidate. She is a known leader and has been a valuable asset in this lengthy interim period. In these unsettling times, she knows HISD and the HISD community knows her. Please don't attempt to fix something that clearly is not broken. Sam Smith, we need a new leader for HISD, not the one we have. She don't do right by kids and parents and community members. I'm sorry, we read that one. Magdalena Strickland, to keep Dr. Lathan as superintendent for HISD. Tammy Moran, I have been an employee of HISD for 25 years, and our district has never been stronger or thrived more than under the leadership of Dr. Lathan. She leads with courage and strength, always putting our children first. Dr. Lathan saw us through Hurricane Harvey, and now our greatest challenge, the pandemic. She has ensured that we have everything we need to educate our students in a safe environment. It will be an honor to continue under her leadership here in HISD as our superintendent.
Louise Sayens, on behalf of the stakeholders at Patterson Elementary, we would like to express to the Board of HISD our utmost approval in naming Dr. Lathan as a lone finalist for Superintendent of Schools of HISD. Dr. Lathan has led our district with fidelity over the last several years, and most recently, she has proven to be vigilant, resilient, and relentless in protecting the safety and well-being of students and staff amidst this global pandemic. Dr. Lathan has led and continues to lead with flexibility, wisdom, and concern by visiting with principals and stakeholders regularly regarding the safety measures our district is taking to ensure our safety while we fight COVID-19. Dr. Lathan also made it her mission to intervene early to provide students without technology the academic support they needed by establishing digital learning centers across HISD back in September. She has also made every effort to provide each student with a district-issued technology device so that they may engage in virtual learning in the safety of their own homes. Dr. Lathan is a servant leader for our students and staff, and we cannot afford to look any further. We are fully secured under Dr. Lathan's leadership amid the circumstances we face, and we wish to fully express to the Board of Trustees our full support in naming Dr. Lathan as our next superintendent of schools.
Orlando Reyna. Good evening, Madam President and esteemed members of the board. My name is Orlando Reyna, and I'm the principal of Stephen F. Austin High School in Houston's East End. I'm speaking today in support of the agenda item B1 in favor of making her our permanent superintendent. Dr. Lathan has led our district through some of the most challenging times in recent history, supporting teachers and students through recovery after Hurricane Harvey devastated our city and the most recent COVID-19 crisis. She has kept a laser focus on instruction, achievement, and safety while working to bring a device to every student in our district in only 3 short months. Our staff and students deserve consistency now more than ever. As the largest school district in Texas, we must continue to lead by example and demonstrate that we are truly an exemplar district. Appointing Dr. Lathan as our permanent superintendent is the right step in that direction. She has proven her commitment to our communities and staff and deserves to be given the opportunity to continue working to make our district a better place for all. Mia Bradford, I will speak. Sanwana Motu, I will speak in support of this item. Mirvald Sepulveda, as a former HISD parent and member of the community and former student, I believe the title of superintendent should be up for search in order to place a proper candidate that will make a difference for our children. Based on Lathan's record the past few years, a proper search for the position is necessary.
Susan Yvonne Green. No doubt we are facing the most challenging time for education in the last 100 years. Houston, the fourth largest city in America, deserves a full and complete search for a new superintendent. We have been operating in a vacuum for the last few years with the sudden departure of the former superintendent, Richard Carranza. Happenstance placed Dr. Lathan in charge, and although she has done fairly well through two crises in Houston, we owe it to our students to conduct a real search. We have simply settled on Dr. Lathan. The TEA has limited HISD's ability to conduct a search, and they need to allow a formal search to be conducted. There are tens of thousands of students that are struggling in the current education climate, left behind in the digital divide. Hybrid models of education should be used to supplement students' education. Special education students have yet again got the short end of the stick. More needs to be done to protect our teachers during this pandemic, including, at the bare minimum, being given their own disinfectant supplies.
Catherine Goodman, as an HISD parent who has been closely following the district's response to the coronavirus pandemic, I don't believe this is an appropriate time to offer the interim superintendent an extended contract. The lack of support and basic safety measures for teachers and staff have been inadequate and continue to move in the wrong direction. Furthermore, the ongoing litigation around the TEA takeover of the district makes this an unusual time to undertake this action. In a couple of months, we will know so much more about the status of this position and have more information to evaluate the district's COVID policies and practice. Why not wait until then? Or better yet, why not conduct an actual search for the best candidate to lead our schools? I've been truly disappointed to see HISD's inability to keep its focus and energy on protecting the community from the biggest health crisis in 100 years. Putting this vote on the agenda right now further speaks to a lack of concern and respect for staff and teachers who are having to risk their health to keep their jobs.
Joe L. Mendoza. Dr. Lathan should be commended for stepping into the role of interim superintendent for the last 20 months. However, there has been a severe lack of leadership in HISD and continued dysfunction of the school board. This is due to lack of leadership. While there is a board president, the interim superintendent has overseen the district while it's been embroiled in controversy, the firings of good. Principals as scapegoats, lawsuits, looking takeovers, continuously failing schools, and underhanded financial dealings. The buck has to stop somewhere, and it should be with Dr. Lathan. I urge the board to vote against agenda item B1 and in favor of B2.
Everett Hare. As a parent and principal of the Houston Independent School District, it is imperative that we maintain levels of stability within the district as we continue to maneuver through this pandemic. Dr. Lathan has modeled the leadership capabilities to guide this district through numerous barriers and challenges, proving that she is the leader we need in this position. Her courageous efforts through constant challenges have demonstrated that she has exactly what it takes to navigate the instructional improvements of the district. She has dedicated herself to doing whatever it takes for the benefit of students in a selfless manner at all times. She has earned the right to not only be the superintendent of the Houston Independent School District, but she has earned the right to be the leader that this district embraces and shows appreciation in her servitude. I implore you that you consider Dr. Lathan as the lone finalist for superintendent of HISD and approve that decision so that we can move forward in the positive direction with her as our leader. Blessings and thank you.
Jeronica Thomas. My name is Jeronica Thomas. I'm a parent of a student enrolled in HISD District 2. I'm opposed to the appointment of Dr. Lathan to the position of permanent superintendent. Item B1 on the agenda. The board should conduct a thorough search and selection process for the position. The board has an obligation to the students and parents in HISD to seek out the most qualified candidate to lead our district. If Dr. Lathan is shown to be the most qualified applicant, she should be offered the position, but the process should be respected.
Pastor Max Miller, I will speak. Myra Bell. For all my principalship, I've had the honor of working under the leadership of an outstanding leader, Dr. Granita Lathan. I've had seen not only visions of educational goals, but actual implementations of effective change towards the betterment of one of the largest districts in the nation. What more can be proven? She has done it. She is doing it and will continue to do. Who else can lead a district through natural disasters, closing major gaps in schools, and now a worldwide pandemic? It is my opinion from speaking through the community, not only has Dr. Lathan guided growth, she's also demanded growth in the community. Never have I seen nor heard of someone in her position knows the importance of ensuring principals or instructional leaders to remain abreast of how important academic instruction should look like school-wide. When I say this, I'm referring to her ability of running a huge district, but also teaching her leaders to know the importance of looking at the students as a whole and communities as a baseline. Not only is she a leader, but she's also...
Sarah Rivlin. We should not make Dr. Lathan the sole candidate for superintendent without conducting a national search. With almost no advance notice, HIZ is making huge decisions without including the community. Dr. Lathan's tenure has been marked by federal investigations of HIZ contracts. Houston deserves to see what other choices are out there. What happens if TEA takes over HIZ in January? Taxpayers could be saddled with the full cost of a contract, even if Dr. Lathan is not performing the role. We should not renew the contract for Energize for Excellence. This network paid or lent $17 million to a company owned by the highest-ranking employee. Then they charge the schools $12 million in fees and rent in 2019. Where are the applications and proposed contract language for each of these schools? Neither the board nor the public has seen them.
Josephine Lee, I will provide my notes orally during the board meeting. Deirdre Fontaine, I will speak. Terry Broussard Davis, as a native Houstonian, I've seen the struggle HISD has endured over many years. When Dr. Granita Lathan, PhD, accepted the interim position as superintendent, she knew it wasn't going to be an easy task. It was going to be challenging. I feel she has handled herself in the position in a professional manner at all times and have made a difference within the district. I support her as becoming the next HISD superintendent, and the board should as well. Unfortunately, I will not be able to speak at this board meeting this evening. However, I want my voice heard. Kindest regards.
Megan Edwards. As a parent of 3 HIZ students, the role of superintendent is important. I've had the honor of watching Dr. Lathan navigate this district through the abrupt departure of Dr. Carranza just after Harvey, the threat of closure of numerous schools with a history of low performance, Hurricane Imelda, and now the pandemic. Her focus on equitable student success is what our students need. She has leveraged resources to ensure all students are receiving what they need to be successful. She is on the ground and in the schools. My daughter had the privilege of meeting her and was so impressed that she truly knows about the students in schools on a personal level. We are the 7th largest district in the nation, and the fact that she is visible to our students and teachers on a regular basis speaks to her commitment to the main thing, children. While no leader will be error-free or loved by all stakeholders, we cannot deny the leadership of Dr. Lathan. She modeled grace when several board members fired her in a public meeting. She did not tuck her tail and run because the children are what matters. She swallowed her emotions and continued to focus on educating children. I feel safe with my children attending HIC schools. I feel confident in the level of education they are receiving in HISD.
Bashilia Ward, I'm a parent and I support that Dr. Lathan continue to do the work of the district entitled as superintendent. Her work speaks for her, and she has shown her loyalty and commitment to the students in the community she serves. Jaree Robinson. My name is Jaree. I'm a parent of a student enrolled in HISD. I am opposed to the appointment of the position of permanent superintendent. The board engaging should conduct a thoughtful selection process for the position. The board has an obligation to the students and parents in HISD to seek out the most qualified candidate to lead our district. A vote to reject B1 is not a vote that signals opposition or support for Dr. Lathan. It is a vote to affirm the fair and ethical process for superintendent selection. If Dr. Lathan is shown to be the most qualified applicant, she should be offered the position, but the process should be respected, and I urge trustees to move forward with a search for permanent superintendent.
Cindy Arzola. I strongly support B2. As the guardian of an HIZ student, I find it valuable and in the best interest of all students to have a thorough search for a permanent superintendent. Going through the process of vetting all qualified candidates, interviewing, and then making a decision based on that will ensure that our students and the HIZ teachers get the best candidate. If the search proves that the current interim superintendent is the best candidate, then great. But the vetting process should indeed take place. It would be the case at any other place of unemployment, and it should be in the case in HIZ too.
Rachel Bohanic. Thank you for your time. As a parent of an HISD scholar, I think it's imperative that the board conduct a fair search for superintendent that calls for public input on who will lead our schools. If Dr. Lathan and the board think her record stands up to the requirements and needs of our community, let it stand against others who are also qualified. HISD is a community, and a community that deserves input in a fair and transparent search. Jorge Rodriguez. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to communicate my support for the appointment of Dr. Granita Lathan as superintendent of HISD. I believe that during these trying times, it is in the best interest of our community, teachers, and students to have consistency in our instructional continuity and maintain some level of stability as we face uncertainty of the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Lathan has proved herself as an advocate for student success through the many challenges the district has faced. She has led the district assertively to improve practices and implementation of district initiatives, and she's worked tirelessly to bring academic achievement for many of our schools and has led with compassion and care for our students, their families, and their communities during these times of the pandemic. Her leadership, tenacity, and dedication in her work proves fit for her to be the superintendent of the largest school district in Texas. I respectfully ask you to vote against B2.
Charlene Bustamante. I would like to share my opinion on how the district should proceed with the superintendent item on the agenda. HISD is a large district and it deserves to have the best applicant in this position. I believe that a nationwide search is needed in order to determine who would meet the needs of this district the best. The district needs a leader that can bring new ideas to improve all educational standards and willing to hold staff accountable for the best outcomes for our district. We got the largest district in the state, and we owe our students the best.
Douglas Landaverde. Hello, my name is Douglas Landaverde, and I'm an 8th grade student at Energize for STEM Academy Middle School. I came to this school in 6th grade. I felt more confident doing my work, and I was more focused on what I had to do. The teachers prepared me very good for the STAR, and they're the best I ever had. I now have a deeper look at my future and a better understanding of what it feels to be in a STEM school. I know that I want to become an engineer and that Energize for STEM is helping me reach my goals. I recommend this school to whoever wants to be a part of a fun, loving, family atmosphere where your voice is truly heard. Energize for STEM Academy Middle School is the place I want to be and continue my education.
Angelica Franco. Good evening. My name is Angelica Franco, a 6th grade student at Energize for Excellence Middle School. I really like this school because I have been here since pre-K3. I like the teachers and the students too because it is not too big and I know most of the people. Also, I get lots of help with my work. Whenever I need something, my mom can talk to the principal or my teachers and I get it. I also like this school because my mom can come to visit me at the school anytime if I need her. At my school, we get Chromebooks and Wi-Fi to help us be at home online. We can talk to the teacher and tell her what we do not understand. I really like this school because it's always clean and we get our temperature checked before classes to be sure we do not get the virus.
Marina Ayala. Sorry, I'm happy with the school so far. I want the school to stay open because it has benefited my son. My son loves the school, and I think it is a great place for him to learn. The better option for me as a mother is for the students to go to the school and learn. The teachers are really great. They're always there when the students need them, and they always stay in contact. The family nights are so much fun. The students seem so happy, and so did the teachers.
Ann Eagleton. Once again, I'm horrified by HISD's unwillingness to properly vet its external performance campus providers. I did a spot check on my own. I looked up the certifications for the 5th grade teachers at Energize for Excellence Academy. Only one teacher out of the 8 teachers I could look up had a standard certification with the state of Texas. The rest are intern, probationary, provisional, canceled, expired, or non-existent. Don't our students deserve better than this? Why is the school being offered a contract if they can't hire an entire grade of fully certified teachers, especially with its long history of questionable financial dealings with its head of schools? What due diligence was actually done on Energize for Excellence Academy? I thought the whole purpose of revising EO Local was to create a process to ensure our external performance campus providers met higher professional standards. It appears there is no desire on the part of HISD to follow through with higher standards and clean up this program. Please vote no on item F1 because the administration has forgotten to do their job and make sure external campus providers are serving the educational needs of our children, not lining the pockets of adults.
That concludes our speakers to agenda items.
All right. Well, thank you to all of our speakers who participated this evening and shared their thoughts. And thank you to our staff for handling all of those calls and reading the remarks. Board, we have been sitting for 5.5 hours now between closed session and this. So the clock in the boardroom says 7:24. if I say a 6-minute break, is that enough, or would you like a couple minutes longer to stretch your leg? 10 minutes? Okay. Then let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back. And I'm going to round just to make it easy. We're going to come back at 7:35. Okay. Instead of doing the instructional continuity update right now, we're going to move on to our business agenda. And if trustees want to have a conversation and hear from Dr. Lathan about the instructional continuity update at the end of the meeting. But is that your pleasure, Dr. Lathan, to at the end? Okay. And trustees, you all have that presentation anyway, so you can, read it yourself and send in questions if you don't want to stay until the end. But Dr. Lathan asked if we could postpone it to the end of the meeting. All right, so we are going to next consider our consent agenda. After we vote on our consent agenda, we will vote on the items that were held from the consent agenda, which were items B1, B2, B3, and F1. Every month, all action items begin on the consent agenda, and if a trustee would like an item held from consent, they need to notify the district chief of staff, Sylvia Trin, by 8 a.m. on the Monday prior to the board meeting. Actually, it's B1, B2, B3, F1, and I believe I1 as well. A couple of projects in I1 that are held from consent. So it's a little out of order of our script. So script page 6. So we are now ready to consider the items on the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda? So moved.
So moved, Adams.
Is there a second?
Second, Trustee Cruz.
If board services, if you put up the voting screen. All right, please vote. Oh. All right, please vote. Consent agenda passes, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Oh, thank you. And let's take care of the minutes as well. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes for the November 5th agenda review?
So move.
So move, Adams.
Second, Santos.
Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Nine in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Minutes pass. So our first item held for discussion, actually before we start these two items, items B1 and B2 were requested by trustees to be added to the agenda tonight, and out of respect for my colleagues, I honored those requests. Lack of resolution about a permanent superintendent for HISD has been an undercurrent to every meeting, discussion, and decision the HISD board has had since March of 2018. The limbo we have been in is not fair to Dr. Lathan. It is not fair to our communities. It is not fair to our employees. And most importantly, it is not fair to our students. We've been waiting for resolution on the lawsuit since it was initiated by the previous board over a year ago. And this current board reaffirmed its commitment to that lawsuit when it approved the renewal of the contract with Special Board Counsel 2 months ago by a vote of 6-3. I appreciate the intentions of my colleagues who submitted the emails for those agenda items, and I agree with them that we cannot continue to abdicate our responsibility to fully serve our students. Until the day our service ends, we are committed through the oaths we took to fulfill all the responsibilities prescribed to us, including ensuring the stability and effectiveness of administrative leadership. In May 2018, Reverend Dixon stood before us and encouraged us to be collaborators instead of competitors. I valued his words so deeply that I wrote them down, and they reside to this day not only on my bulletin board, but are embedded in my conscience as a trustee. Our board has an opportunity tonight to demonstrate to our city that the election last fall fundamentally changed the leadership culture of HISD's Board of Trustees to manifest that value of collaboration shared by Reverend Dixon. We have the opportunity tonight to demonstrate that we can navigate through an incredibly difficult decision about one of the most fundamental responsibilities any board has. And we have an opportunity tonight to demonstrate that the process by which we arrive at that decision can be done not only with collaboration, but also transparency, be done with respect for the diversity of interests and opinions of the board and community, and be grounded in what we believe will be the best decision to achieve the vision and goals for the children we serve. These have been difficult years for our district between Hurricane Harvey and the COVID health crisis, and I want to express to Dr. Lathan my appreciation of her leadership. I've worked closely with her as board president this year, and she is one of the strongest people that I know. And as the board member who made the motion for her to be interim superintendent in March of 2018, regardless of the outcomes of the votes tonight, I remain proud of that decision and the collaborative work we did as a board that night to arrive at that decision. Our first item held for discussion is agenda item B1, consideration and approval to name Dr. Lathan as lone finalist for superintendent of schools. May I have a motion?
So move, Adams.
Is there a
second? Second.
Okay, and then in accordance with our board meeting norms, we will do 2 rounds. Since this wasn't discussed at agenda review, we will do 2 rounds of 2 minutes each. Board services will keep time. If there are additional rounds that are desired because board members feel that discussion needs to continue, that can be done with a motion, second, and a vote for additional time for all trustees. I just want to remind everybody, let's be respectful. Okay, any discussion? So I see no one in the queue for discussion. Trustee Cruz?
Sorry. Okay, can y'all hear me? Hiring a permanent superintendent by way of a national search is the board's responsibility, and it is obligated to cure any previous board failures, to be transparent, and to be inclusive. We cannot force this decision on the community without engaging in a national search. Dr. Lathan has served honorably as interim, but we cannot stray from the best practice of a national search in order to decide who will be the permanent superintendent. She should be included in the search, but this should also include the greatest number of options for our students. Best practice dictates that we do a national search. Parents are passionate about not just ensuring stability for the district, but also the best possible leader. I believe in transparency and in conducting a fair process with community involvement. We always say we want to be inclusive and transparent, and we say that community voices matter. It's either true at all times or only when it's convenient. This has not been an open and transparent process. Something is happening behind closed doors. And as a community, we have already been down this road. The Texas Supreme Court is expected to make a ruling in the lawsuit between HISD and TEA in the next couple of weeks or months. Many folks have asked, why do a search now if the court could potentially rule in favor of TEA and TEA would be able to install a board of managers? The earliest we would be interviewing candidates would be in late winter, so this should not impede us from entering into a search. Best practice dictates that we do a national search.
Seeing no further speakers in the queue, Trustee Santos.
Thank you, President Dygard. I'm not going to talk about any individual person's qualifications for the superintendent position today, because none of that is relevant to what our duty as elected representatives calls us to do. Our process for selecting a permanent superintendent must be rooted in our expectation to be a world-class district. It must draw from a world-class talent pool. It must seek out public input about what a world-class educational leader should be and take that input seriously. And it must be transparent. We do not serve the public or our students by giving a permanent contract to anybody without first going out for a search. To do our jobs well on any issue, we need the best information we can get. On this issue, hiring a superintendent, the most important decision we make as a board, we should operate with nothing less than the utmost clarity about the choices before us. Only a national search gives us that clarity. That's true in normal times, and it's especially true in these crazy times for two reasons. First, it gives us a concrete picture of the market for candidates that meet our standards. There's no reason not to take a look to see what's out there. During our last search, we attracted a deep and diverse pool of world-class candidates, and I have no doubt we will do so again. Second, a national search allows time for the lawsuit with TEA to play out. The TEA lawsuit has huge implications for our choice, and our choice might have implications for the lawsuit too. If TEA wins, their appointed managers will have the right to choose their own superintendent. And if they decide to go with someone new, any tax dollars we have contractually committed to a superintendent will be wasted. We should not be handing out what could easily become a golden parachute to anybody, especially with the looming threat of statewide funding cuts. Going out for a search at the very least gives us time to see how the lawsuit progresses. By the time the search is complete, we will have a much better idea of the chances of a takeover. That means we will also be in a much better position to negotiate a contract with our candidates. Acting with superior knowledge allows us to make better decisions for the sake of our students. We must remember that we are here to provide the best education possible to the children of Houston. We are a world-class city, and our schools should reflect that.
Your time is up. You can finish on the second round. Any other trustees have any comments to make before we vote? Trustee Hernandez.
Well, this week I've taken many phone calls from parents and community members and even students that are really passionate about the district and its stability and choosing the best possible leader. They're concerned about the fact that the district is in the media headlines often and not always in the best light, even at the highest levels. I want to celebrate the strong Black woman that leads the district, Dr. Lathan, and sits as a powerful role model, not only to our 25% of African American students, but also to all of our students, and especially our girls. At the same time, I have to answer to a community that has repeatedly stated that we should enter into a national search to find a permanent superintendent. Best practices and research tells us that we should engage in a national search. We owe it to our students to, at the very least, take a look at the records of other candidates and other superintendents that want to apply for this district. Transparency is very important to our community, and this process has not been transparent, which hurts our students. Additionally, this agenda item reads, naming Dr. Lathan as a lone finalist. That will require me, as a trustee, to have taken into account other candidates. I have not, because we have not engaged in that process. I cannot make this decision for my community and for my students without conducting a search. Since I was a candidate, I have told my constituents that I would be supportive of a national search because best practice dictates that. I'm not comfortable for voting for something that isn't best for kids. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Madam President, I believe in transparency. As anybody can tell you, I'm pretty much an open book. I think we should move forward with a stable leader, especially now. I agree with the national search. It's just that as long as this superintendent or interim superintendent continues to carry the water and captains this ship through the COVID storm, we all seem to be satisfied. If there was a reason for someone to come in, TA, or to come in and appoint a superintendent, we are in November of 2020. So obviously, if she was not doing the job or had some stability, then it would have already happened. We have to do what's best for our students, our teachers, our support staff, etc. And then as good stewards of dollars, for it to cost over $250,000 plus to do a superintendent search, for which we would not have one from anywhere to 6 to 9 months. Why would we go into the 87th legislation, Texas legislation, still having an interim? We have to ask for COVID dollars. We have to ask for stipends to support the loss of almost 12,000 kids. Why would we move forward with an interim superintendent? We should be the beacon light for all school districts, especially being the 7th largest district in the state, in the United States, and the largest in the state of Texas. Thank you.
Trustee Adams.
We normally hire people because of the experience that they have brought to any particular organization in which they want to be hired. When we hire someone, look at their records or look at what the past. To hire someone, we try to look for their qualification, what they've done, and what they've stood on. When I look at the qualification of Dr. Layton, I look at a person who have guided this district since 2015 from where we were now to a B rating. Many of the complaints that we heard tonight from many of the constituents that spoke talk about dysfunction. You cannot blame that on Dr. Layton. To take responsibility for the dysfunction that the media saw. It was not Dr. Layton. When people talk about where we are as a district and all the negativity that has been brought tonight, that was not Dr. Layton. That is the board. And we need to take responsibility for that. Right now, there's 18 campuses that are presently processing receiving an IB certification. Fine Arts has been expanded, including 37 elementary schools across the district. Kashmir, a school in which I've graduated from, was always in a failing capacity. Due to Dr. Layton, she turned the school around in 2 years. If we were not doing COVID right now, Wheatley would be out of IR at this moment, and we wouldn't be discussing it. So I ask this board, whose responsibility is it really? Is it Dr. Layton because of the negativity that is on this district? No, it is the board. You said that we didn't do a search. We did a search. I remember when the new 4 board members came in, you were excited to make a difference. Many of you even said that you would support Dr. Layton for it because you thought she was doing a great job. I said before and I said again, the decisions that was made in the past, many people on this board have suffered the consequences because of the bad decisions that was made. I'm asking you to do the right thing. Many of you profess many of your faith.
Trustee Adams, respectfully, your time is up on this first round. If you could please finish so we can have equitable time for each trustee on this round. Thank you.
Right to the second round.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you.
Any further trustees for round one? If not, we'll move on to round 2 of questions and comments. Okay, so Adams, round 2.
Thank you. And in my conclusion, yes, this is very passionate and personal for me. I said once before, it is sometimes tough being in black skin. No one can identify that as somebody who is African American. She has led the way. I sat under Dr. Greer and I saw all the discrepancies. I saw the many failures. The school was behind. I led under Dr. Carranza and saw the million failures and things that was left behind. And immediately they both were chosen. But now we have a star that can lead this district. And for some reason, that we are failing the star that we have. So I'm asking this board to right the wrongs of the past. One thing I can say right now, that God has truly blessed me. You know why? Because I have done good. And I have been faithful over a few things. That's why he's making me ruler over many. I leave this journey higher height because of the seeds that I've sown. Many of you, for the decisions that you made, unfortunately, your futures will stop where you are right now. So remember, treat people the way you want to be treated. Your futures begin now. So you dictate on where you want your futures to take you as elected officials. So I'm asking you right now, we've done a search already. Some candidates, some might have failed and got arrested. So we didn't have too many of a good pool. So I'm asking you right now to choose Dr. Lathan as our as our next superintendent as we move forward. The power is still in your hand, trustees. But as we continue to move forward, let God lead you in your decisions. May we be able to sleep at night and rest peaceful to know that our district is in good hands. And finally, we just elected the first Black, Asian, Indian American Vice President of the United States of America. So why not vote for the first African American female to lead the largest business? Let's stand together and let's stand together as one. May God bless you. May he continue to be with you. And I pray, just like I've done good, I'm asking you to do good too.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. Trustee Allen?
I have heard the voices of the community, several organizations representing thousands. I've seen the dedication of our interim superintendent. This is not about your personal vote or your personal stance, because I know there are some of us that don't even get a chance to speak to that won't speak to the superintendent one-on-one. This is about our children. Our children deserve the best. Look in your heart. Are you doing this because out of a personal stance? Are you doing this to get the best for our children? We are working through a pandemic, and we are also working through other issues through 2EA, which we have already discussed. These things are not the reason. This is not the time to do a search. You will not get the best. This pandemic is the worst it has ever been. And if you were the best, would you come to a district with this pandemic? Would you come to a district with TEA looming overhead? No. My children deserve the best. All 200,000 of them deserve the best. It's not about you. It's about our children.
Trustee Santos?
Thank you, President Dygard. And I'm just going to wrap up my speech. It says, we must remember that we are here to provide the best education possible to the children of Houston. We are a world-class city, and our schools should reflect that. We cannot take shortcuts on the road to equity, empowerment, and excellence. That is why I will be voting to authorize a national search to find as many world-class candidates to choose from as we can, so we can lead HIC into a world-class future. And like Trustee Hernandez said, yes, Dr. Lathan, you are a role model to many women and young girls out there that look up to you. And I remember sitting across the table from you expressing how excited I was that a woman of color was leading our district. You know, I remember March 22nd, 2018, it was my birthday, Dr. Lathan, when we voted on you. And this isn't a no, this is an invitation to show off what you have, because you having the skills that you have are only a plus. So that's where I stand. Thank you very much.
Any other trustees for round two? Seeing none, regarding agenda item B1, one of my struggles with this is I don't believe that a one-year contract would give this, as has been suggested, would give the stability that the district needs, nor do I think it is fair, and I think Jacob Carpenter even quoted this of me, Dr. Lathan deserves the same term of contract that we would give to any other candidate. The fundamental things that I look at for anything is how are our students doing in reading? How are we doing in closing college entrance rates? How we're doing raising, improving our special education. I want to, and Dr. Lathan and I had, this honest conversation well before this year of what my interests and intentions are, and I really hope that if the vote tonight is for a search and not to give her a contract, that we give her consideration and we line her up with everybody else and are using a data-driven reason on why we choose whatever superintendent that we choose who has the demonstrated track record and data on key things, but most importantly on the things that we voted last week matter to us most on goals and constraints. Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Thank you, Madam President. And that was one of the other things that I wanted to add to my statement is the fact that we have gone over the previous goals and objectives that were given to Dr. Lathan for 2018-19, and obviously working on new ones. And in those goals, I listened to trustees talk about good job, Dr. Lathan, and her hitting the marks and exceeding the marks in some cases. I just wonder if we can't continue to treat someone like a ping pong ball or watching a tennis match, going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And so I wonder, consideration for the people, some of my colleagues said, do the right thing. Yes, let's do the right things. Not because she's Black, but because that's pretty apparent, but because she is qualified. She's still carrying the ball. Nobody said anything different from March until right now, or as questions arose about consideration to remove the interim. So let's just do the right thing and provide actually credit a person or give them due respect for still carrying the water, still being the captain of the ship in this crisis, in this COVID crisis.
Any other trustees that want to speak round two on this agenda item?
I run out of time.
No, you have 32 seconds left.
Okay, because I want to remind people, when we started this journey in January with myself, we talked about working together as a team of 10 in tandem. And so we've got to work together and not have our own personal interests at heart. So I wanted to say that she's a wife, she's a mother, and no vacation. She's still right here leading the ship. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. Seeing no further speakers in the queue, please vote.
So Dygard voted for.
Trustee Allen? We can't see you. Oh, okay. The buttons don't work now. 3 in favor, 6 against. Motion passes. Next item on the agenda.
President Dygard, didn't the motion fail? You said pass.
Sorry. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Motion fails. 3 in favor, 6 against, 0 abstentions. Thank you. The next item held from consent is agenda item B2, consideration and approval of resumption of superintendent search. May I have a motion? So moved. Is there a second?
Second, Trustee Cruz.
Discussion by my colleagues. Trustee Villaseca, from Villaseca.
Thank you so much. As the largest school district of Texas and the 7th largest in the United States, It is of the utmost importance that we seek the best candidate for the position of permanent superintendent by going through a transparent and thorough search process. We owe it to our students, our community, our constituents, and the taxpayers to do our due diligence. We must hold ourselves to high standards and do what is right by our students, which is to move forward with a transparent search. Our district and our state have struggled to provide special education services to our students for years. It is imperative that we take this priority in our search and give our students the opportunity to have the leader that can articulate the clearest vision for moving our district forward. Inequities continue to persist in our educational system. We must ensure that we have an educational leader that can help the district achieve the board goals that we have adopted. Because of the turmoil, it's been hard to know what is the long-term vision, and this process will help provide space to hear that, as well as the vision of others as we do what's best for kids. We must ensure ethics are top priority. We must reevaluate and make changes to our salary schedule so we can compete with other districts, focus on recruiting, retaining, and valuing our educators. The PUA must be restored. We must have a process in place that allows for real input pertaining to the budget and correct weak spots and vulnerabilities in our organization so we can be resilient to better serve all of our students. There will never be an ideal time to move forward with the search. COVID, threat of a state takeover, lawsuits, budget season, testing season, hurricane season, economic downturn, politically charged environments, etc. As mi abuela used to say, the only thing certain in life is death. Uncertainty is omnipresent. Let's not hold out any longer in our quest to permanency through a national search and inviting Dr. Lathan to apply.
Are there trustees who would like to make comments or ask questions in round one? Trustee Allen?
Yes, so I wanted to say that in this time of COVID, while our budget is not stable, this is not time to spend money on a search. We have to spend money on 3 conservators. We have to spend money. We have to be good stewards of our children's money. This is not the time for a search.
Are there questions or comments from my colleagues for round one? So there are really only four things that matter to me in any candidate for trustee, or excuse me, candidate for superintendent of HISD that I will be using to assess those candidates. One is kindergarten readiness, demonstrating increasing seats for pre-K, working with the community to not just expand pre-K within our school buildings, but building the pipeline from birth until kindergarten, being a community partner. Third grade reading levels generally, more specifically, third grade African American reading levels. Closing the gap in four-year college entrance rates, more specifically, closing the gap between historically underrepresented populations of students, such as African American and Hispanic, into four-year programs so that when I go to the medical center, and even though I see a diverse employee base, that I see a diverse base of population of doctors as well that represents the community of this city. That any of the engineering firms, oil and gas, NASA, and et cetera, that to me, true equity is in those professions, that it reflects the diversity of our city as a whole. Those are the things, and the fourth one is special education. Those are the four things that I will be looking at, and any candidate is a demonstrated track record on those four items. Any other trustees who would like to speak on round one? Okay, round two, if there's any, Trustee Adams, round one.
I just have one thing to say is that whoever you all decide is going to come in and take the credit of someone else. They're not going to get us no further than where we are today. So I just want to leave that on the table. Am I shocked? No. Did people keep their word from the beginning when they first got on this board? No. And I just hope and pray that as you all move forward, that you lead with honesty and integrity. Keep politics out of your decisions that you make. Keep politics out. Stop letting people call you, tweet you, write your notes for you, and tell you what to say. Be your own person. And that's all I have to say. So I pray that you all would be able to prosper in wherever you all want to go. I think serving on this board has been one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, because I really can't tell people what's really going on. There hasn't been no undermining deals, crews, anything behind the scenes. And so somebody said there was $1 million being stolen. I don't remember anybody stealing any money of all the accusations that have been made tonight. We're in this position because of what board members have done in the past. Take the blame for it. It's your fault. So, are we a team of 10? No, Sue, we're not a team of 10. We're not even a team of 8 or a team of 4 or a team of 5. We're so far off. You all keep saying we've done the good work. No, we haven't. We bicker behind the scenes. We fuss, we yell and scream at other people. I've had to do it behind the scenes. But I just ask that you all continue just to do good by kids. Because the decisions that we've made lately has not been for kids. It's been personal gain. Everything that y'all said that you're looking for, Dr. Lathan has done it. She's done it. She's done it. I don't know what else that you're looking for. If you have a preference, I have no idea.
Your time on round 1 is up. If you'd like to continue on round 2, but again, equitable time for you.
Well, I'm going to conclude to say that I'm done.
Okay.
I'm not going to have a round 2. I'm fine. I said what I wanted to say.
Okay.
And I wish that y'all can see the expressions on your faces right now. I really wish you could. I know you're looking up, but you cannot see the expression on your face. It tells the whole story. And so I just wanted to say that, so I'm not going to go for round 2. But I just pray that whatever you sow, that you sow good seed. Because whatever you sow, it's going to come up. Trust me. It's going to come back up. So watch how you treat people, because it's going to come back. I guarantee you that. So I'm done.
Further questions from my colleagues? Anyone who spoke on round 1 have additional comments for round 2? Seeing none, please vote. Six in favor, 3 against, 3 abstentions. Motion passes. We are going to hold, at the request of Trustee Adams, agenda item B3 until we've concluded all other voting items tonight. So our next item held for discussion is agenda item F1, authority to award, negotiate, execute, and non-renew contracts for external performance campuses for 2021 to 2022 through 2025 through 2026 school years. May I have a motion?
So moved. Hernandez.
Is there a second? We're agenda item F1. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion from my colleagues? Trustee Sung?
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to ask if we can divide this item so that we can vote on each of the schools to be renewed, but also on the non-renewal separately, please.
So are you making a motion to divide?
Yes, I move to divide the item for the renewal, for the contract with each, or the approval of each entity in turn, and also the non-renewals.
So just to clarify, you want to separate the renewals from the non-renewals?
Correct, and also for each, for those where we're voting for authority to award and execute contract, award, negotiate, and execute contract, I'd like to separate those as well so we can vote on each vendor separately.
Okay, so Ms. McBride?
Yes, what I think Trustee Sung is requesting is to divide the item essentially into 10 items. The 8 negotiate and execute, and then the 2 non-renewals. Is that correct, Trustee Sung?
Yes.
So 8.
So
it would be, no, it's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Or 9, actually. I mean, the non-renewals are, for me at least, it's okay if those go together.
It's okay if those go together? Okay, so
yes,
she's requesting to divide it into 9 items. The 8 individual award and execute, or negotiate and execute, the bullets that are on the first page of the agenda item. And then on the second page of the agenda item, there are 2 contracts that are being proposed for non-renewal. She's suggesting to divide that separately, but as 1 item. So 9 items.
Is that correct, Trustee Sung?
Yes. And thank you for your help, Lisa.
For the sake of board services taking minutes, how do we word this motion specifically?
It is, well, first you're going to take the motion to divide this into 9 separate items.
Okay.
And then if that is approved, then we'll go line by line. We'll do connections, then we'll do energize. We'll go, if it's not approved, then the item stays together.
Okay. So Trustee Sung, can you restate your motion for the record after that recommendation?
I move to divide this item into 9 so that we can vote on the authority to award, negotiate, and execute each of the 8 recommended vendors in turn, followed by consideration of the authority to non-renew the campuses as recommended.
So moved, Santos. Second, Santos.
Okay, discussion from my colleagues on the motion to separate these items. Seeing none, please, again, just to clarify, we're not voting on the item, we're voting on the motion on the table to separate this item into 9 different parts. Please vote.
I'm sorry, what are we voting on?
We're voting on the motion to separate this agenda item into 9 different parts.
Which one? Which agenda item is it?
Agenda item F1.
Into 9 different parts, you separating all these charter schools into 1 individual item?
That is the request of Trustee Sung. That's the motion on the table by Trustee Sung.
So they're voting to take the item into die for energize for excellence, to separate in Trinity and all the other. Okay. All right.
Motion passes 5-4, 4 against, 0 abstentions. So now, the first item for discussion would be connections education.
Yes.
We don't have to do a motion just for that. We just discuss that item?
Yeah, you need a motion to bring it before that particular one.
Okay.
So what you are entertaining is a motion to award, negotiate, and execute a contract with Connection Education, Inc., doing business as Connections Education.
Got it. Okay, thank you. All right, is there a motion for the first separated item?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second, Santos.
Any discussion from my colleagues? And I'm not going to wait a whole long time on seeing if anybody has questions or comments because we've got 9 of these.
What's the item, Sue? I'm sorry, I was distracted.
We're on F. It has now been separated.
Right now, what's the first one? Because I don't know what order y'all took it out of.
I'm taking in the order listed in the agenda binder and in our board portal for the agenda items. So the first one is Connections Education. Trustee Sung?
Yes, just for the public, I want to make sure the Connections company here is the one that currently operates Texas Connections.
Is that a question, Trustee Sung, or just a comment?
It was a question, yes. If
okay.
Someone who knows can verify, please.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers in the queue for Connections Education, trustees, please vote. Eight in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions. Motion passes. Next motion. It's counted. Next motion, or the next school on the list is Energized for Excellence Academy, Early Childhood School Campus. Is there a motion?
So move, Adams.
Is there a second?
Second, Cruz.
Discussion from my colleagues. Trustee Cruz?
Dr. Lathan, just an estimate. How many students from previously closed HISD charter schools enrolled in their zone school or another HISD school after the school closed?
Not exact numbers. Like I said, we were concerned when other schools closed that those students did not roll in the district. We monitored that for a year after the particular charter school closed, but most of those students went to other charter schools.
Thank you for clarifying that. I just want to say we cannot assume that parents who have exercised school choice would choose to attend their zone schools if the schools on this list are closed. Additionally, we don't have capacity at many of the zone schools in the Gulfton area where most of the energized campuses reside. If we as trustees exercise school choice, then I ask if we would deny that right to others.
Trustee Santos?
Hi, thank you, President Dygard. So here it says, based on annual appropriations, the projected expenditure is not to exceed $380 million. How much of that is broken down for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the charter schools? How much are we spending for each charter? Are y'all saying anything? I can't hear anything.
We're coming. Hold on. We're coming.
Okay. I didn't know if mic was off.
No, she's getting an answer for you.
about $22 million for the energized schools is what we have in our original budget.
Did you hear the answer, Trustee Sung? Or excuse me, Trustee Santos?
There's $22 million going to Energize, but what about connections and rethink? I mean, so you're just telling me the historical expenditure?
Rethink doesn't have any historical expenditure. That would be a new one.
Right. But you're saying it's $22 million over a period of 5 years?
No, per year.
So 110 and 380. So then 380 million. So it's 270 million. Where's that 270 million then?
Well, you also have Texas Connections. We also have, right in the current year.
How much is Texas Connections?
This year we have budgeted 32. However, they're up almost 2,000 students this year, so that'll go up another $7 to $10 million. Just depends on what their student population mix is, and that's built into that number. So,
okay, and what was the historical expenditure on Texas Connections?
They're about $30 million a year.
$30 million, and they're up $7 million. And so the projected for Rethink?
We have no idea what that's going to be for Rethink.
Okay.
And part of
and then go ahead.
Part of this board item is closing Young Learners. That one is just under $6 million a year.
And Mount Carmel?
Mount Carmel is about $1.9 million a year.
All right, thank you.
Trustee Sung?
So for me, the question in entering a partnership with an outside vendor to educate children is always, not just is choice good in and of itself, but does it get us better outcomes for kids? Does it help our students achieve success in school and in life? And that's what I'm looking for here. Is there something that the partner is bringing to the table that we couldn't do ourselves, that they can do better? And I must say that having looked at the records of these schools over the years, I'm troubled. I'm troubled to see an energized for STEM school, which is focused on STEM, but their students can't pass an AP test in math, and they can't pass an AP test in science. And I can't find the record of any graduate from the school graduating from college, according to TABOR reports over many years. So, that's what I'm basing my decision on is student outcomes and is there some reason to give our children to other
Trustee Sung, you cut out at the end.
Sorry, my AirPods are dying on me.
We didn't hear your question.
I don't need to repeat my comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I just didn't know if you had a question. I didn't want it to not be heard. Okay, Trustee Adams.
Dr. Lathan, I don't know if any of your staff know this. Based on Energized School, for this particular school that we're voting on right now, what is the current enrollment?
Just a second.
Thank you.
It's in the FAQs.
And also, I don't know if Ms. Tran, if they had sent out the demographics, because I asked that as a follow-up question, but I don't think I received that.
It's in Trustee Adams, the Q&A. It was emailed, I think, on Tuesday. So so for the early childhood,
it was a follow-up to the Q&A. It was like a day later.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll check in just.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it was a follow-up because you know how we try to ask follow-up questions and not to ask it out here.
The elementary, the early childhood center has 1,400 students.
Okay, and out of the 1,400, what is the demographic of those 1,400 kids? And where is the elementary school located right now?
Look at the address. Do we have the address in the? I don't know the address offhand. We have to look. Can you look at the address on the application?
And then also, I think somebody was talking about, graduating from college and paper. We have students in HISD is not doing that. So
the student demographics is predominantly Hispanic, but we're working on pulling the information.
So it's predominantly Hispanic area, and it's 1,500 kids.
For the elementary campus.
Right, for the elementary campus, and it's 1,500 kids.
You found
and how much?
Did you find it? Okay.
Yeah. Which school we're talking about?
We're doing the Energize for Excellence Academy, the Early Childhood Center.
Sure. The question was the demographics.
Yes.
So we have historical data. So for 18-19 that I have in front of me, because I apologize, we didn't get the request to get this updated. We had about 94% of the students were economically disadvantaged at the campus. And then, I'm sorry, it's going to take a second. It's a lot of data. If you will give me a minute, I will find the data here. We have it here.
Okay, that's fine. And also, the reason why when I'm talking about, 1,500 kids that are economically disadvantaged, and we're looking at displacing 1,500 plus another, and then we don't have a tracking system in place because we don't gather those students back into the district. And so, Mr. Cruz, you don't have to do the breakdown if you don't have it. I don't want you to go through that extra work.
I have it now, Trustee Adams. So for Energize for Excellence Early Childhood Center, 57% of the students are Hispanic, 38% of the students, for the most recently available data, are African American.
Okay, and then we have the rest of them that are other. I'm just looking at the number of kids of 1,500 students that we have and how we're going to figure out displacement of those kids. And I believe that the policy was followed based on what the district did, the board members did. So I just wanted to make sure that our board members know that. So there's 1,500 just for this particular school of displacement of these kids. And they're not going to come back to the district. They're going to go to another charter. Maybe one of the new ones that's opening up. They're not going to come back here. That's it. That's all I have.
Trustee Hernandez. Dr. Lathan.
Am I doing this one?
I don't know what happened. Somebody mentioned today, one of the speakers, about the public getting detailed applications from these schools. Is that something that happens, or is there any information that that can be provided to the public about the applications of these schools?
We don't provide copies, and Ms. Licata, if you would come up also, we don't provide copies of applications or proposals that are submitted through either RFP or RFQ process. But the scope of work when the RFQ was released was based on the board adopted policy in June, and all of the requirements that the board required and requested as a result of that new adopted policy. So every organization that submitted an application had to submit evidence of, either if they're current, they've already submitted that evidence as it relates to financial disclosures, and then they submitted it as a result of applying. Anything else, Ms. Licata?
No, that's correct.
Okay.
Trustee Santos.
Hi, thank you, President Dygard. I just want to say that I've been consistent on voting against charter since my tenure on the board, because we shouldn't be sending more money to a mystery box with no financial accountability, especially when They're not doing the job that our schools could do better. We talk about the idea of school choice, but that's false also, because communities of color have not been represented, especially on the HISD board. And with the forced integration, and now we see our district segregated again, we haven't had the representation on this board historically to really give our children school choice. We're just forcing people back into segregated schools. So until we can find ownership and actually give our kids the education they deserve, there should be no charters allowed. Why are we giving money to charters when we should be investing in our neighborhood schools? Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers in the queue, so these contracts are now governed by a revised policy that the board passed this past spring. That the board passed this past spring, that is so much more robust than the one that governed these contracts 20 years ago when we first started doing this work. That contract dictates a performance contract, so there is an accountability on, are they actually educating our kids to our expectations? There's also financial accountability and oversight in them. And Dr. Lathan, if you wouldn't mind or a member of your staff to just share what some of that performance expectation is of these campuses and what the financial accountability is. And then before you answer that, one more further comment. We voted on some of these last spring, and as board president, I signed contracts and I did review them with our board council, and I can attest that the things that we revised in our policy to make sure that these contracts were more stringent the language is in the contracts. So if the administration has answered, can just briefly enlighten the board of what those performance metrics are for students and on finances, just briefly, just to give a little idea. Yeah.
Consistent with the updated EL local policy or that governs our in-district charters, we have created an academic framework. We work in consultation with the academics team and with the strategy innovation and charter school team to look at different metrics. So we're actually evaluating the schools on a yearly basis and disaggregating it by student type with regard to student achievement. It varies, of course, whether it's elementary, or secondary. So at secondary, we're looking at post-secondary readiness indicators. At elementary, we're looking at student achievement on literacy and other areas. And those reports, actually, the Research and Accountability Department last year began producing an evaluation that is publicly available where you can go in and see the data. And then as part of also consistent with the policy, as part of the renewal or the contracts for these schools, every year they will go through a rigorous evaluation and a very rigorous one at the end of the third of the fifth year, which would then help determine whether or not, based on academic performance, you all would want to continue with those contracts.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. Trustee Bluford-Daniels.
Thank you. I've listened to some of the comments as we've discussed previously when this item came up about these schools. And if I remember correctly, the performance accountability overall rating was a B, I believe. Is that correct, Dr. Lathan?
At least, give us just a second.
If I remember correctly, it was really good, except for one school, a middle school, that was consolidated, if my memory serves me.
That's correct.
Correctly.
We want to make sure we give you the right one.
Sure.
That's correct. All their schools were performing at a C or higher.
Okay.
Sure. And which school are we referring to, please?
And the elementary separated from the middle and the high school.
For the Energize for STEM?
Yes.
Okay. So,
yes, sir.
So this is the 18-19 data. We had Energize for Excellence Early Childhood scored an 88, a B. Energize for Excellence Elementary School, an 88, a B. Middle School, 89, a B. Energize for STEM Southwest, 89, a B. Again, this is 18-19 data. The Energize for STEM Southeast Middle School, 59 in F. Energize for STEM Southwest High School, 89 in B. Energize for STEM Southwest Middle School, 90 in A.
Thank you, because I remember that one school being an F, and I hear the comments about economically disadvantaged kids being in this particular area, this particular school, and what that ratio was, and that our schools can do better. Well, you all know for the last 10 months, I've been talking about District 2, and there are only 4 of us that have been on this board since January, effective January of 2020. Yet and still, the failures have been since 2016. And so now we're targeting, zeroing in and saying we can do better. Well, we should have been doing better. And so now, the concentration is, as their parents, obviously, those kids that called in said that was their choice. And so we cannot be blinded by what those comments were from those kids that called in talking about the performance at that school and how they love that school. And the data shows that these kids, that the school is meeting acceptability. So again, I just want to remind our colleagues of that. Data is the data. And the data shows that they're successful except for one school that I understand has been consolidated.
Trustee Santos, and Trustee Santos, your timer wasn't going when you were speaking earlier, so can we start this as round 2, please?
How about I just ask my questions in sequential order and then we'll take it from there. Okay. So under this agreement, can a charter pay rent to its own executives or board members? Is that okay. Are there any restrictions on salaries paid to the executives of these charters? And finally, can a charter expel kids? If so, under what circumstances?
So I will defer to legal on this, but consistent with your policy, my understanding that there's not a clause that would preclude related party transactions with the updated policy. Is that correct?
There is a clause that would require you to disclose
Correct.
And a determination as to whether it forms a material weakness. And then there's a lot of information that's provided about that related party transaction. For example, what was done to make sure that it was arm's length and that the particular entity got the best value for that. So it's a lot of supplemental information for our finance people, and even if we wanted to do an audit, That's part of what you beefed up as part of what you refer to in your policy as the October 1 disclosure, and then as part of the financial accountability. Your next question was, could they expel? You have certain provisions in your EL local where the charter has to identify what policies they want to have a waiver from. So as part of entering into a contract with them or as part of the RFQ, we determine whether that waiver is appropriate. The Student Code of Conduct is a HISD school policy. So if they want a waiver from one of those school policies, they'd have to identify that either in the RFQ or as part of the contract negotiation process.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. So under our new policy, what are the consequences of a charter paying above market rent on its own executives? But what are the consequences?
That's a hard question to answer. If that results in a negative finding as part of the financial review, as part of the audit, or results in inability to continue to be an ongoing concern, then you do have heightened provisions to either do an audit, do an investigation, to non-renew the contract or terminate the contract. So it's a red flag. And that gives you the ability to investigate. And if that investigation reveals some financial malfeasance, you do have heightened ability now under your EL local, which that verbatim provisions in EL local are in your model contract for reasons to non-renew and terminate.
But hasn't this always been kind of a red flag? And why would it not result in a negative finding? Like if it's negative result. So I'm not understanding. Are there restrictions or are there not?
There are restrictions, but Trustee Santos, I can't say without more facts and seeing the complete audit as to what the ultimate decision would be. I'm saying you have the authority based on those facts and any additional facts, if that it raises a financial issue, to non-renew or terminate, and you have more flexibility to do that now. I am not prepared on just the one sentence of facts that you've provided to reach a legal conclusion, but I'm saying that it is a basis to investigate, and it is a basis potentially based on where those facts lead as a result of the investigation to either non-renew or terminate.
I just want my two answers. Are they allowed to expel our kids, and what are the reasons for it? And number two, the salary question, are they allowed to pay themselves?
With respect to expelling kids, they have to follow your student code of conduct, so I'd have to allow a member of the administration to answer that unless they seek a waiver from any of the provisions of the student code of conduct.
And that is correct. They follow our student code of conduct.
And there's no restrictions on salaries. They can pay their head admin $1 million a year?
I'm trying to think in your EL local, that is your policy. You don't have a specific restriction that you've written into EL local. If that issue results in a finding in their audit and an inability to meet certain financial obligations, or raises a concern with respect to an investigation or as part of your financial oversight, and they don't correct it, you have the ability to non-renew or terminate. Your policy doesn't specifically say if you pay your high-level executive over X amount, you will be fired. No, there is not that line in the policy that you guys adopted, or the language that you specifically asked the administration to include in that policy. That wasn't one of the issues the board raised.
So the answer is that they can pay them $1 million. And additionally,
Trustee Santos, I would not say that. I would say it depends on the totality of the circumstance regarding the financial picture of the campus or of the institution. That was the whole point of the revisions that you made to EL local, is you wanted to require the administration to look at the entire financial picture of each one of these campuses on an annual basis and provide that information to the board for the board to be able to make its own decision.
It just historically, Lisa, we have never ever put consequences on charters for financial mismanagement. We have continuously bailed them out and lost children and kept them from graduating. So that's it for now. Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers in the queue, trustees, please vote.
Okay, what are y'all voting on? I'm sorry.
We're voting on Energize for...
What are y'all voting on? I'm sorry.
We're voting on Energize for Excellence Academy.
I can't hear.
My mic is on.
Okay, what are y'all voting on?
We are voting on Energize for Excellence Academy Early Childhood School Campus.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Five in favor, 4 opposed, 0 abstentions. Motion passes. Next item is Energize for Excellence Academy Elementary Childhood School Campus. May I have a motion?
So moved, Adams.
Is there a second?
Second, Cruz.
Can vote for Daniel.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Trustee Flynn-Villaseka.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I just wanted to, related to all of these items that we're discussing right now, I know on an individual basis, but what's the timeline for monitoring and providing additional info on the annual progress, or not the academic progress, but all of these additional, both academic and the additional stipulations that we have in the contract? As far as, financial stewardship that's appropriate and things of that nature. Will the board be given an update on how the schools are doing on a regular basis?
So the academic update is provided when we do all of the district schools as it relates to academic update. And then per the board policy, when they submit the information as it relates to the financial disclosures, the board can receive a report on when that information is received and accuracy and appropriateness of the information.
Is the annual renewal going to be in June again, or will it be in January or in an earlier month? Because I know that had been an issue in the past, sort of having it brought a couple of months before the upcoming school year.
So if you recall for this particular item with RFQ, that the process goes through, this is a 5-year process. We'll do an evaluation in year 3. Annually, though, we make a decision as it relates to the renewal of the contract, but it does not come back before the board every year like it has previously. And that was through the revision of when we revised the policy and revised the contracts.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lathan.
Seeing no further speakers in the queue, please vote.
Kathy. Where is she?
Five in favor, 4 opposed, 0 abstentions. Motion passes. Next item is Energized for Excellence Academy Middle Childhood School Campus. May I have a motion?
So move, Adams.
Is there a second?
Second, Cruz.
Any discussion? Seeing no speakers in the queue, please vote. Motion passes 5 in favor, 4 opposed, 0 abstentions. Next item, Energized for STEM Academy High School. May I have a motion?
So move, Adams.
Is there a second?
Second, Cruz.
Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Five in favor, 4 opposed, 0 abstentions. Motion passes. And geez, it's quiet in here without the air conditioner on. Next item is Energized for STEM Academy Middle School Campus. Is there a motion?
So move, Adams.
Is there a second?
Second, Cruz.
Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Five in favor, 4 opposed, 0 abstentions. Motion passes. Next item, Mount Carmel Academy. Is there a motion?
So moved, Cruz.
Second, Hernandez. Any discussion from my colleagues? Seeing none, please vote.
Dr. Allen, we can't see your vote.
She's holding it so close.
Can't tell the color.
8 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions. Motion passes. Next item is Rethink Forward. Is there a motion?
So moved, Cruz.
Is there a second?
Second, Hernandez.
Discussion, Trustee Adams.
I have a question. I'm going to go back to early. I'm going to find the information that Santos was talking about. This is a school that have never been in Houston at all, right, Dr. Lathan?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, so they've never been, so they followed the policies. And I know Santos brought up an issue. I guess I'm having like a pause because if they've never been here and they didn't have great ratings from where they're coming from, I'm wondering how well we think that they're going to do with our kids. So I'm having some type of hesitation. I don't know, Santos, can you repeat what you said earlier on Rethink, please?
Am I allowed to? That was a private discussion, wasn't it?
But I don't think it's legal. Can she repeat that, Lisa? About, because it's...
She can independently say what, are you ready for me to answer? Trustee Adams?
Yeah, that's what I said, Lisa. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
She can, Trustee Santos is free to say what she's independently researched regarding that vendor.
Okay. So, Trustee Santos, can you repeat what was said 5 months ago, since I'm supposed to say what we just said? Based on...
It was just a quick Google search, and that the State Board of Education in Tennessee had either refused or let their partnership go with Rethink Forward, and that there were just some negative reviews if you go and research them. I just did a quick Google search on them. It wasn't anything in depth.
Okay. Thank you. So, Madam Superintendent, is there a way with this particular item, until we can find out more info, is there like a time sensitive on this item if I asked to table it into the next meeting so we can find out more info on this school based on their ratings? Because we don't have any type of history on this school. They just followed our guidelines and they, went for the interview and however their process is. We don't have any data on them or how well they did based on Tennessee State Board would not approve them. So that's like a red flag for me. So I just want to know if we can do that. Would there be like something off if we delayed that particular one since they did divide the items so we can find more information on this particular school?
No, it's not an issue to delay it.
Okay. So I don't know. Oh, Trustee Song is in the queue, but Madam President, I don't know. I would like to, after everyone has spoken, I would like to put a motion on the table to probably table this one until next month's meeting to get more information, but I will wait till after everyone else has spoken. Because I don't know, because we don't have any data on them. And if we Google and, Tennessee kicked them out, then why are we picking them up?
So what I'm going to recommend then, for sake of time, that if trustees are interested in postponing this instead of adding more time of discussion tonight, that we postpone it. But if other trustees want to speak tonight, that's fine too.
Okay, that's why I just said I'll wait because I didn't know what the question was.
Just other trustees, if you want to pass tonight and have this conversation later, say so. Otherwise, whatever questions or comments you have tonight, state those. Trustee Sung?
I just want to verify this Rethink Forward is the entity that's headquartered in Nashville, Tennessee. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I think that the public being able to access the people that govern their schools is really important. So in working with a nonprofit where they're headquartered in Tennessee, I'm thinking, okay, you're a parent, you have a concern. How do you get yourself to their board meeting? And, they do have board meetings I see on their website, but they haven't put up minutes since 2018 on their webpage. So, there's some red flags there for me in terms of accessibility, and just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Santos?
Thank you. And it also concerns me, the address, because we're going to be pulling out our own kids out of our own neighborhood schools that we're never going to get back into our neighborhood schools. And y'all preach about enrollment and you talk about all these, regulations or whatever, but we never prioritize neighborhood schools. We just keep shooing our kids away and expecting someone else to take care of them. And I mean, I'm going to speak to former trustees when they said that those kids, you know, deserve you. I don't even want to use their language, but basically saying that they didn't want to send black and brown kids with their white kids to school. That's what they were saying in that language, even though they didn't recognize it because they were being tone deaf. But that's what we hear when you're creating a charter school, and so instead of actually prioritizing our neighborhood schools. So why are we creating more charters instead of taking care of our own kids? Thank you.
Trustee Allen?
Did anybody get a chance to check on the address of the school? Because when I investigated, I saw that the address that they had was the same address as one of our schools. Was there a different address?
Yes, it was the same address. We were under the code of silence. We'd have to follow up and understand why that address was placed there. We don't have that information at this time.
Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers in the queue, please vote.
Wait.
You didn't make a motion to postpone. Do you want to entertain that motion?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So, Madam President, I would like to entertain a motion to postpone until the December 12th board meeting. I think it's a board meeting. Is that correct? Is that the correct, Lisa?
I believe so, but you can just say the December regular board meeting. That'll cover it.
Okay, thank you. I would like to ask the trust. I would like to put a motion on the table to postpone this item for rethink charter until the December board meeting to get more information about this school.
Just to clarify, the December regular board meeting, which would be, I just looked it up, December 10th.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote.
Santos, you brought it up.
It's always no when it comes to charters, Trustee Adams. I love you, but
no, this is to postpone it.
The motion.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to vote no to everything anyway.
The motion to postpone passes 6 in favor, 3 against, 3 abstentions. The next motion is for to not renew the other contract.
Yes, to not renew the contract.
State what our motion would.
Sure. The motion would be to not renew the contracts for the campus's Young Scholars Academy for Excellence, Inc., and Leaders in Education, DBA, Young Learners School. And that non-renewal date would be effective July 1, 2021.
Is there a motion?
So moved. Done.
Is there a second?
Second, Hernandez.
Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
I guess.
Santos, I thought you were supposed to vote no on everything.
This is to let go of charter. This is letting go. Letting go. Letting go.
Eight in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions. Motion passes. So we're done with F1. And now we have a couple of items from I1.
Yes, Madam President, it's just
Please
2
let me know
projects.
which ones those are.
Yes, it's 2 projects, 21-10-05-09. That's the first project. And we'll have to do a motion separately on that one. And then the second project is 18-05-17.
Can you repeat the first one again, please?
Sure. It's 21-10-05-09. for the public. That's the cooperative heating, ventilation, and air conditioning services, repairs, window and portable air conditioning units and parts.
Okay, so we need a motion to separate these two items from agenda item I-1.
And actually, I don't think we need to take these separately. I think the reason why we are doing this is a trustee needs to abstain. So unless any other trustee wants to discuss these separately, we can take these as one. But both these projects in one motion, unless any other trustee wants to discuss separately.
So there would need to be a motion to separate these two items from the rest of the agenda item.
They're already separated by the way they were posted. Yes.
There we go. That's easy. Thank you. All right. Is there then the motion needs to be specifically on these two
to approve these
items.
Two projects. Yes.
Yeah, these two projects. Thank you. Okay. Is there a motion for these two projects?
So moved, Sung.
Is there a second?
Second, Hernandez.
Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I spaced out. I'm pulling in. Wanda, what are we voting on?
I don't know, but you're supposed to vote no.
I'm sorry. I spaced out. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're supposed to vote yes on this one, Santos.
So Trustee Santos, agenda item I-1, two projects have been separated out of the item for the purpose of a trustee being able to, okay. All right, motion passes 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. We can now vote on the rest of agenda item I-1. Is there a motion?
You already have. You passed it on consent. The full I.
There you go. Thank you. All right. So all right, trustees, we still have to go back into closed session because we have a bunch of legal items from the administration, and then we'll have to come out and vote on those. But I'm not going to ask the community to wait for us to finish closed session, so we're going to listen to those speakers first. There are 9 of them. So we've now come to the portion of our meeting where we normally hear from our community. We are glad that you have joined us online today. In response to the COVID-19 public health emergency, the Hattie Mae White Educational Support Center is operating at a reduced capacity and the board auditorium is closed. However, it is still important that we allow time to hear from our community. In order to have your voices heard by the HISD Board of Education, you must have registered to speak with the Board Services Office by 9:30 a.m. today. Speakers should have left a telephone number when registering. District staff will call registered speakers and place them in a Zoom virtual waiting room until time for them to speak. Speakers may also have submitted written comments to be read publicly by a member of the district's administration in case there is a problem with Zoom. Should any registered speaker wish to distribute handout materials to the board, the materials must have been provided to board services via email at boardservices@houstonisd.org by 9:30 a.m. today. We have 9 members of the community who have registered to speak or submitted comments to be read aloud during this portion of the meeting. Comments shall be limited to 300 words or 2 minutes each. Please refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as they are protected under the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. Abusive statements or threats of confrontation are not permitted. Any comments in violation of these guidelines will not be read. A member of the administration will call each speaker. And if our speakers could please mute whatever electronic device you're listening in to the meeting on to avoid interference. Thank you.
Yes, we need just another minute to get people in the queue, please. Thank you. Our first speaker is Kirby White. Kirby White, you may begin. You have 1 minute.
Hello, I am an employee of the district and I am reaching out to you to tell you that I am angry about how the district is handling this year. The lack of transparency and changing the rules in the middle of the game has made me angry. First of all, removing the ability to instant message our students via Microsoft Teams has made it more difficult to complete our job, as well as changing the guidelines on when schools would close during the COVID-19 crisis. My school has had presumed cases 3 times this week, yet we are still open and going. So this makes me feel like with you changing the guidelines that you're changing it when it's convenient, and it breaks my choice as my life is valuable and I feel like you do not see that value.
Thank you. Maria Herrera. Ms. Herrera, you may begin.
Hi, this is Ms. Herrera.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please. You have 1 minute.
Yes, I would like to thank Energize for STEM High School for helping my 3 children. I have a son that went to the Marines and is doing wonderful. My daughter that graduated last year, and she was helped a lot with her autism. And my son that is going to graduate this year, that it will be a future teacher. And he wants to be a teacher thanks to all the help that he's received from the teachers from Energize for STEM. Thank you for making my son feel comfortable with the COVID situation. Thank you so much for letting the parents know that that my kid is protected while the COVID is going on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. At this time, we have no one else in the queue, so we will begin to read the comments. Isabella Vasquez, ethnic studies is a vital part of historical education. When an HISD or any American student is deprived of this aspect of learning, they are robbed of the true history of our nation and state. Our current history curriculum is enabling our future generations ignorance and promoting a one-sided story of how our nation came to be. If our curriculum's goal was to truly educate students and not whitewash the past, then it would include African American, Mexican American, and Asian American studies, because that history is American and Texas history. Houston is the most diverse city in the country, but why is it that when 2 of these courses were approved by the State Board of Education, HISD made no real effort to implement or even advocate for their importance? Katie Howell. I would like to express my concern regarding the lack of controls in place to prevent COVID exposure among teachers and staff. Why hasn't the district implemented a digital platform for employees to sign in and out daily? We're still using pen, paper in high-touch areas and potential source of spread on my campus. We need proper equipment to teach both virtually and face-to-face students simultaneously. I'm currently quarantined due to a potential exposure from a student, and it's a greater challenge to teach both virtually and face-to-face from home. We need the tools to ensure we can deliver quality instruction to both our virtual and face-to-face students. Swivel is a great resource that districts should consider. I would be elated to receive a follow-up from HISD school administration. Heather Peterson. Dear Dr. Lathan and HISD trustees, we, the parents and community members of Lanier Middle School, respectfully ask the district to do the right thing. We request the reinstatement of Principal Dave Wheat. Over 1 month has transpired without any explanation or clarification, despite the volume of inquiries made to district leadership. The complete absence of an outstanding principal like him during a pandemic endangers the well-being, safety, and education of over 1,500 students and entire staff at Lanier. He is an outstanding administrator who was very well respected and trusted by the Lanier community, as well as by the St. George and Johnston families at his former schools. He has an impeccable record in education spanning decades. During the spring school closing, his oversight was instrumental in the transition to virtual learning and was a model to other schools. He should be reinstated now, especially if the true cause of removal was a result of one isolated event which does not affect his ability
Juanita Ramos Ortega. Good afternoon, trustees and Dr. Lathan. On April 16, 2020, the district received notice of an investigation due to a complaint at Marshall Middle School for violating student civil rights due to a directive given to teachers about only focusing on struggling African American students. How is this acceptable at a school made up of 85% Hispanic students? Why weren't parents informed of the directive? Why did the school district send data supporting such a biased policy to attorney who was doing federal OCR investigation? Final decision on federal investigation indicates no harm due to the 2019-2020 cancellation of STAR. Please explain this. Parents should know about their rights to file their own independent grievances with the Department of Education. Will you notify parents of this right? If selected as superintendent, can you commit to reducing such racially motivated bias practices? If selected as superintendent, can you commit to placing principals with community and school input being a factor on choice? If selected as superintendent, can you commit to placing principals considering their most recent rating? Example, not placing a principal with the school recently rated IR at a B campus, but rather a B-rated principal at a B campus, considering that past rating can predict how effective their strategies and leadership can be.
Patricia Chambers, being an employee of HISD, I'm interested in obtaining a copy of district policy regarding when and to whom a Texas driver's license should be presented. On October 12, 2020, a complaint was sent via email to the HISD Chief of Police. Najimi Waney, no formal meeting with the child's parent or guardian to address the concern. Nasib Gill, work environment of HISD is in need of dire help. That concludes our hearing of the community.
Thank you. All right, the board will now adjourn to closed session in the board services conference room under Section D of Chapter 551 of Texas Government Code, Open Meetings Act. Subsections 551.004, 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, 551.0821, 551.083, 551.084, and 551.089. Should board final action vote or decision and any matter considered in the closed session be required, such final action vote or decision shall be taken at the open meeting covered by this notice upon the reconvening of this public meeting or at a subsequent meeting of the board upon notice thereof. And then, trustees, remember, we have our closed session items. We still have to come back in addition to those closed session items and vote on B3. The board is adjourned to closed session at 9:19 p.m. This meeting is now reconvened in open session. The time is 9:57 p.m. We're now ready to discuss items, consider items discussed in closed session. Are there any motions?
I move that the board authorize the district to settle the matter of Juan Gomez versus HISD in the 215th Judicial District Court, Harris County, Texas, cause number 2018-66391 on the terms discussed in closed session, effective November 13th, 2020. Is there a second?
Second, Cruz.
Please vote. Do we lose Trustee Bluford Daniels? Okay. Is she there? Oh, wait. Are we sure she's not waiting to be let in? Okay. So 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 absent. Next motion, please.
I move that the board authorize the district to settle the matter of Brian Cannon versus HISD in the 61st Judicial District Court, Harris County, Texas, cause number 2019-69301 on the terms discussed in closed session, effective November 13th, 2020.
Santos, second.
Please vote. 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 absent. Please, next item, please.
I move that the board authorize the district to settle the subrogation lien of Atoya Boyce against Cristina Zamora Ramos and Progressive Insurance for workers' compensation benefits. Progressive Insurance claim number 19-27844464, effective November 13th, 2020.
Tanto second.
Please vote. Eight in favor, 0 opposed, 1 absent. Next motion, please.
I move that the board approve a finding of no good cause for educators to resign or abandon employment contracts without district consent under sections 21.105C, 21.160C, or 21.210C of the Texas Education Code as discussed in closed session, and authorize the interim superintendent or her designee to submit a written complaint to SBEC to impose sanctions effective November 13th, 2020.
Tanto second.
Please vote. Seven in favor, 1 opposed, 1 absent. Next motion, please.
I move that the board approve the balance of closed session personnel agenda, including specifically that the board approve proposed terminations of continuing term and probationary contracts, and that the board authorize the interim superintendent or her designee to provide notice of the same, that the board approve separation and release agreements and discuss as discussed in closed session effective November 13th, 2020.
Tanto second.
Please vote. And thank you for stating your name when you make a motion in a second. I think it helps board services. 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 absent. Motion passes. I'm getting really tired. Alrighty, so that was the conclusion of closed session items. So we have one last item this evening, and that is agenda item B3. Approval to accept resignation of Trustee Wanda Adams and discuss and consider options, timelines, and procedures to fill vacancy in District 9 by appointment or special election. Trustees, before we begin our discussion of next steps, I just want to open up the floor to anybody who wants to share anything this evening. Just put your name in the chat.
If there's none in lieu of time, we can bypass that one, Sue, in lieu of time, so you can just move on to the instructions so we can conclude because some people are tired.
Okay, well, I would like to thank you for your service, Trustee Adams. I would like to thank you for the example as board president. I sat in the audience and watched you, and I remember what a difference that your leadership as board president made to the culture of this board during your service. And I also wanted, to share publicly, there was a personal story that you shared with me once. We were at a conference and sharing a story about your mother telling you that everything you needed, God gave to you in your own 2 hands. And that's really resonated with me, and I will always be grateful that you shared that story with me, so thank you. Trustee Cruz?
I also want to thank Trustee Adams for your service. This position is not for the faint of heart, and you not only served 1 term but 2. So I admire that. I've always admired your strength and your success. So thank you for all that you've done for this district.
Trustee Allen?
I also want to say thank you for your service. Thank you for the guidance that you've given me and the guidance that you've given the entire board when it was time for us, especially the 4 newbies that needed to learn what was going on in the district and how it was run.
Trustee Hernandez. Thank you, Trustee Adams, for the time that you've served on the HISD school board. It's definitely not an easy job. And thank you for always voicing your opinion and making sure that we knew what it was. Like I said about Dr. Lathan, you are a role model for all of our students, and you will keep being a role model in your next role. So congratulations, and I wish you luck.
Thank you, Danny.
Trustee Sung.
Trustee Adams, my first year on the board, you were my board president. So thank you for mentoring me. Thank you for throwing me into the special education fire. Welcome to the board. You're going to chair this committee. I've learned so much about special education. As you know, I've come to become a special education advocate. It's very close to my heart, and I thank you for. I said I wanted to say no, but you said no, Trustee Sung. We need you to do this, and thank you for pushing me and believing in me. And best wishes to you in your next position. I know that we're going to have a great fighter for the people. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ann.
Trustee Flynn-Villaseca.
Thank you so much, Trustee Adams, for your servant leadership, for decades of service in the community here, as an athlete, as a scholar athlete, as an educator, as a mentor. You have a servant leadership that's really deeply rooted in your faith. Proud Kashmir graduate. You know, you're going to continue to be a beacon of light in our community, an example and role model for women and students and the entire community across Houston. I wish you continued success as you carry the torch into your elected position as JP. Thank you so much for your mentorship and for your leadership.
Trustee Santos.
Thank you.
Adam, I will say that singing happy birthday will never, ever be the same without you. I'm going to miss your voice. I am going to miss the liveliness behind our meetings because of you. You definitely made closed session something to remember. And this, I know we've been through heck and back, but you make it fun, and thank you for serving, and also for being super awesomely dressed all the time and always eating healthy and making me feel like I'm just not there yet. But we love you. We wish you the best of luck in your role.
Trustee Bluford Daniels. Yeah, you have to back it up or we have no clue what that is.
Well, you wouldn't. But thank you, Trustee Adams. Thank you for your continuous leadership and service from City Council, from the basketball teams, TSU, Fleming, which is my alma mater too, at the radio station, your HISD, and now your honor. We will definitely miss your leadership, and we look forward to continuing to follow you on your journey. And hopefully, I'll only be a visitor to your court. SD 13, Senate District 13.
Thank you, Kathy.
Fifth Ward race.
Fifth Ward race. That's true. Fifth Ward race. I want to thank.
I want to thank. I was going to ask Trustee Adams if you would please share your thoughts.
Thank you. I think that's it. I just want to thank, first of all, Team HISD. And today was a sentiment in the community, which actually was a surprise today, was for them coming together and showing and sharing their love, and something I did not expect. I didn't post to the world that I turned my resignation in. I didn't really share. I only shared it with. Told my family that I submitted it. And because I just wanted to be low key and just to submit it and just go on quietly to the next journey. But I thank Team HISD for coming together, Dr. Lathan, the principals, for showing their love today. gifts and love and words of inspiration. I really appreciate it a lot. You know, it'll be 14 years for me next year, 14 years of serving as an elected official and over 22 years of serving the community in which I call home today. And if I can any final word for all of you. Somebody asked me the other day, why do I do what I do? And I said, I didn't see it in me, somebody else did. I didn't ask to run for office. The community came to me and asked me. They said they saw something really good in me and that I should consider seeking public office. And I know Kathy can identify with that because they asked her to run. And it's a difference when people come to you and ask you to run for office and you don't do it. Somebody made a joke the other day because I used to be so tired in the community. And I used to go knock on my senior doors. And I said, what are y'all doing? They said, nothing. I said, can I please just come lay down on your couch? They joke about that. Because I literally would go to their couch and lay down because I'd be so exhausted of working in the community so hard. I just want to be the people's champion. I just want to be the people's choice. As long as I stay the people's choice and remain humble, I know my future is bright. So I'm so glad you remembered that because my mom told me I can have everything I want, but it's right here in the palm of my hands. And I didn't understand what she meant by that. She said, everything you own that's in your hand, you control. You control your future. You control your next steps. You control your tongue. You control everything. Some things would she be happy with? No, she wouldn't. But I know she still loves me and my dad. So I say this to you guys. If this is your final stop, serve well. But if you plan on going higher, what you do right here will determine how high you go. That's why I always treated people nice. I always respected people because they chose me. If they didn't want me, I wouldn't be where I am today. I definitely wouldn't be. I never would have thought a girl from Fifth Ward, grew up poor, didn't have a lot. And that's why I don't take a lot of stuff because I was bullied all the way through in middle school, elementary, even in high school, and even as an adult. That's why I don't take a lot of stuff lightly because I was bullied so much because people always told me what I could not do. And I had to work just as hard. And so I just want to encourage you all to do well and follow your heart in everything that you do. But if this is it for you, then let it be it for you. But if you have plans for success, because I'm telling you, jobs are not easy once you've served on HISD school board. It's not easy just to go out there and get another job. And like, I want a job, I want to get hired somewhere. You're going to find yourself doing stuff that you really didn't want to do. But I thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lathan, for being a leader, being a woman of God, and not being afraid to lead and let people know that you're kids. One thing I know about what God says, He said that your gifts will make room for you. And He said that He would bring you in front of great men and that He would make your name great. He even said that He would be with you even until the end of the world. I told you the other day, we never put our faith and confidence in man because man will always let you down. But I say this, y'all continue to soar high and soar well because the eyes are on y'all. When y'all get off and y'all start looking at y'all social media pages tonight, it'll be good. But don't even look at it. Don't even look at it tonight because it's not good. But just serve well. I will send you an invitation if y'all want to come once I find out. But I'm so excited that now I can take away the council member, the trustee, and now I get to wear the badge of judge. And I'm so excited about it because I served well. And now the sky's the limit for me. It's how I want it. But God bless each and every one of you. It's my prayer that I ask that y'all do good and sow good seed. Because whatever you plant in the ground, it's going to grow. And that's all I have to say. But thank you for your kind words. Many of you know I don't bite my tongue. That's why I try to do it behind closed session because it's not easy sometimes. But y'all serve well. Thank y'all for the newbies. I hope y'all choose a good leader next year so y'all can lead the board to where it needs to go. And may God bless you and that He just be every one of you. And don't forget who God is because I know I don't. And And I'm going to say it to the world because Jesus is my Savior and He is my Lord. And He's the one that has guided me and kept me this far. And so I leave it at that. And I'm not going to sing, Santos.
Oh, I was hoping you would. Thank you so much, Trustee Adams.
You're welcome.
And you can sing more, so happy birthday.
I will. I call him on the phone and sing it to him.
All right.
Alrighty then.
It's his birthday today?
It was Sunday. That's why we have all this piñata.
Oh, it was just this past week. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so because it is late and I'm tired, we already made the motion, right?
I think you have to vote now.
Yeah, so now we need to vote. So I just need to put the, let me share my screen.
Did we make the motion? I don't know.
I don't remember
we did
that.
make the motion.
We did?
We
Okay.
did. Okay, I'm just putting up here for the board's reference and the public's reference. And I will also send this to board services, that this is the timeline that we agreed for next steps so that we can swear in the new person on December 10th. But tomorrow, board services will presuming this motion passes, board services, and we don't, force you to stay, Trustee Adams. Board services will publicly post the vacancy and solicit applications. The deadline to submit those applications will be Sunday, November 29th at midnight, and then the board will receive those applications the next day to prepare for choosing who we interview, interviewing candidates, voting on an appointee, and then them being sworn in. So this way, Trustee Adams' seat for District 9 is not empty for a regular board meeting. So any discussion from my colleagues on next steps? Hang on, I have to get back to you. I can't see you guys. Hang on. Okay, yeah, I've lost the queue and I can't get it back. Trustee Sung?
I'd just like to say to the public, this position is open to residents of District 9, and I hope that people will apply. You've got big shoes to fill, but it's really important that we have a voice from District 9 in this seat. So I'd like to invite people to, if you know people in District 9, if you live in District 9, please, Houston ISD is looking for the best to join us. Thank you.
Seeing no further speakers in the queue, please vote.
Y'all funny.
9 in favor, 1 8 in favor, 1 opposed, 0 abstentions.
Y'all don't make it for jokes. Y'all ought to make it 5-4. Make it 5-4.
Motion passes. Trustee Adams, I wish you the best, and we will miss you here. All righty.
I can film them. I got a mask from Madison High School. Isn't that nice? Look. Aw. That's nice.
Our next regular board meeting will be on December 10th, 2020, and agenda review for that meeting will be held on December 3rd, 2020. This meeting is, there being no further business, this meeting is officially adjourned at 10:19 p.m.